His power was comparable to a half-immortal state warrior or even an immortal state warrior. If the martial arts world of Wuxia were to be compared, the masters of martial arts families such as Hong Tianzhao, Wei Shuofeng, and Mo Haoxiong, who lived in the secular world, would be slightly inferior. Perhaps only the elite disciples of semi-hidden sects such as Jiansang and Wudong could be on par with them. Nagaki Miyamoto's footsteps were very steady. Step by step, he walked into the field. His figure was as majestic as a mountain, incomparably dignified, as if no one could shake him. However, the murderous intent in his eyes made him look like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed. He is Nagaki Miyamoto. He is a master. I am afraid that he is on par with the elite disciples of some sects in Wuxia. Qin Zongheng's face paled. Even though Nagaki Miyamoto hadn't made a move yet, he and the other overlords of the Condor team could feel the overwhelming pressure. The bones in their bodies creaked as if their chests were going to collapse in the next moment. They couldn't help but retreat more than 10 meters away. Nitten Ryu. You are just a piece of garbage. I will let you know that you Japanese don't deserve to use a sword. However, Jiang Tian was still calm. He looked at Nagaki Miyamoto with disdain as if he were a 3-year-old kid who dared to provoke a brawny man. Kong Taechu, you are too arrogant. You don't know the power of Japanese kendo. Nagaki Miyamoto was enraged by Qin Fan's words. Bang! The deck shook violently and a deep footprint was left behind on the deck. His body was as agile as a dragon as he climbed to a height of 10 meters. Then, he drew out his katana and slashed downward. Nitten Ryu, moon set, crows cry and frost fill the sky. He slashed with the blade. A bright moon formed from sword chi suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth, and it was like an enormous silver plate. It was cold, gloomy, and emanated a silver radiance. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, giving one the feeling of a bright moon rising above the sea. Every ray of light seemed peaceful, neither warm nor fiery. However, they were all filled with extreme killing intent. They could pierce through the body of a transcendent state overlord and crush a tank. The moon-shaped sword chi spun and slashed towards Jiang Tian. Wherever it passed, the air billowed, and a 1-meter-wide sword mark silently appeared on the deck. It was a ghastly sight. You guys like to copy Wuxia's martial arts. I didn't expect that you would use Wuxia's Tang dynasty poems as well. Jiang Tian's face was full of disdain. The little black flying sword floating in front of his chest let out a sad cry and kept buzzing. Soon after, it broke through the air and flew out. The little black flying sword was unbelievably fast. It was beyond the limit of human eyes. With a shrill and ear-piercing sword whistle, it easily pierced through the full moon of sword energy with a ripping sound. Boom! The crescent-shaped sword chi exploded like a grenade, causing the deck to crack and leave behind terrifying holes. A few Japanese experts nearby were pierced by the shards. Blood gushed out as they lost their lives. What? Nagaki Miyamoto was shocked. He had never thought that Jiang Tian would be able to break his falling moon form so easily. But in the next moment, a black bolt of lightning appeared in his eyes, and it suddenly became bigger. The little black flying sword actually didn't lose its momentum, and continued to slash at him. Block it! Nagaki Miyamoto roared and swung the katana Orochimaru in his right hand. At the same time, his left hand grabbed at the air and pulled 8 wind blades in front of his chest. He wanted to block Jiang Tian's sword. But how could Jiang Tian's flying sword be so easy to block? Bang! With a loud bang, Orochimaru and the 8 wind blades, which were created by the Japanese master refiner, shattered in an instant. Nagaki Miyamoto flew more than 10 meters away like a scarecrow and crashed into the cabin. He hung there for 10 seconds before rolling down. Even Nagaki Miyamoto is no match for him. Ishii Yulien was shocked and couldn't believe it. His scalp was numb and his chest was heaving violently. Even Hattori Hanzo was slightly moved and his body was tense. He decided to make a move. He was afraid that Nagaki Miyamoto alone was no match for this Huaxia boy. The Nitin first-rate kendo masters were stunned. This was the master of the Nitin first-rate kendo, the great teacher of kendo. His sword moves, sword momentum, sword intent, and sword chi had all reached the level of perfection. One sword move could destroy the world, and one sword move could overlook all living things. However, his most powerful move had been broken by this Huaxia boy. It took them a full minute to remember to help Nagaki Miyamoto up, but Nagaki Miyamoto shook them off. Angry. Nagaki Miyamoto was really angry. In fact, among the 4 major shrines under the Sakura Kai, Nomiya Shrine was the most active in Huaxia. Nagaki Miyamoto, on the other hand, had entered Huaxia many times to plunder cultivation resources and assassinate politicians and rich people. Whether it was martial arts grandmasters or spell masters, he had killed more than 10 of them. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? But at this time, his clogs were gone. He was barefoot, his white kendo suit was dirty, and his long hair was disheveled. He looked very embarrassed. He was like a beggar on the street. Where was the demeanor of the top 5 kendo great teacher in Japan? Bakayaro. Nagaki Miyamoto crawled to his feet and gnashed his teeth in anger. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to skin Jiang Tian alive. You are very good. You can block my little black sword. So far, except for Wang Chongyan, you are the only one. Jiang Tian was praising, but his tone was infuriating. It seemed that Nagaki Miyamoto should have been killed by Jiang Tian's sword. He was surprised that he could block the attack. You are too arrogant. Do you think your Huaxia martial Dao is a match for my supreme Japanese Kendo Nidan Ichiryu? Nagaki Miyamoto shouted and then clenched his hands in the air. A powerful bloodline aura spread out from his body and formed a 10-meter-long giant red blade aura between his fingers and palms. Sensei is going to use his ultimate skill. Seeing this, Nagaki Miyamoto's disciples exclaimed. Ultimate skill. A Japanese master next to them was puzzled. Nidan Ichiryu, profound meaning, sacrifice. Nagaki Miyamoto's disciples were shocked and said word by word. Yes, Miyamoto used his life's blood essence to condense the blade chi, which instantly increased his combat strength by 10 times, reaching the attack power of a real half-step into the divine realm. However, this is a way to deal damage to the enemy at the expense of oneself. His physique and lifespan will also be severely damaged. Hattori Hanzo's face was extremely solemn. It could be said that his old friend Nagaki Miyamoto was going all out in order to kill Kong Taechu. The blood-red wind blade crossed the sky and became more and more condensed and pure. Nagaki Miyamoto's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his body trembled violently. Blade of sacrifice, slash. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and let out a thunderous roar. Holding the blood-red saber in his hand, he abruptly slashed down. The dazzling saber light crushed the void and cut through the air. It was like a blood-red lightning striking down from the sky. This blood-red blade was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It seemed like even a mountain would be flattened by this blade. This blade of sacrifice was extremely sharp and it was condensed from his life's cultivation. Nagaki Miyamoto was confident that even if a tank was here, he could split it in half. No matter how strong Jiang Tian was, he was just flesh and blood. How could he resist? It's over. Kong Taechu is in danger. This blade is so powerful that even Yi Zhantian would have a hard time dealing with it. Maybe those reclusive old monsters in Diansang and Wu Dang's sect might be able to resist it. Many members of the Condor team were worried about Jiang Tian. Even Qin Zongheng's face changed dramatically and he exclaimed. Chapter 409. Originally, They were all friends and subordinates of White Emperor City. They had always been disgusted with Jiang Tian, who rose from the Jianghu but was able to suppress White Emperor City. But at this time, they unconsciously stood on Jiang Tian's side. Perhaps, in their subconsciousness, they also dreamed of conquering Japan and spreading the prestige of their country. And Jiang Tian's killing made them very happy. Nitin Ichiryu only has this crude blood coagulation technique. Do you think you can suppress Huaxia's martial arts? What a fool! In response, Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully. He stepped forward, stretched out his white hand, and pinched the extremely sharp blood-red blade aura. The blade aura froze in the air as if it had fallen into a boulder and could no longer move forward. What? Nagaki Miyamoto's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe it and was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The sacrificial blood coagulation blade was the strongest move that he had comprehended in recent years after racking his brains. However, Jiang Tian managed to block the attack with just his bare hands. This was beyond his understanding. It was too incredible. I'll show you what real martial arts is. Jiang Tian shook his arm and the sacrificing blade instantly shattered like a piece of paper. His blood and chi were scattered all over the place. Run! Seeing this, Nagaki Miyamoto was scared out of his wits. This was the only thought in his mind. Only now did he realize that Jiang Tian's strength was too terrible, far beyond his imagination. Maybe the god of sword or several divine priests of Japan could suppress him, but he was definitely no match for him. He didn't say a word and didn't even turn around. He stomped his feet on the ground and shot toward a helicopter like a big bird. Hee, it's a bit too late for you to think of running away now. Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully. He had a thought. The little black flying sword floating in front of him shot toward Nagaki Miyamoto like a cruise missile with a burst of explosive sound. Shield of endurance, block it for me. At this moment, Hattori Hanzo, who was already prepared, finally made his move. Both of his hands formed hand seals, and with a wave of his left hand, he formed a seal in the void. A ninja shield with a radius of 3 meters condensed in front of Xiao Hei's flying sword, trying to block the attack for Nagaki Miyamoto. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, more than a dozen ninja darts and wind blades like a long dragon swept towards Jiang Tian. Kill him. It's time to end this. At this moment, Ishii Yulian also made his move. Both of his hands tightly gripped the hilt of the katana hanging on his waist, and quickly approached Jiang Tian with small steps. A cold light flashed as the saber was unsheathed. A saber light that was more than 5 meters long slashed towards Jiang Tian like mercury. Nagaki Miyamoto attracted Jiang Tian's firepower, while Hattori Hanzo and Ishii Yurin used their unique skills. It was equivalent to the 3 masters of Nomiya Shrine attacking together. The lineup was super luxurious, and for a moment the battlefield was surrounded by danger. Even if the Russian Grandmaster Qiao Bin was here, he would have to be careful and try his best to deal with it. Humph. Ants will always be ants. Could it be that 3 ants can bite off a single strand of my hair? Jiang Tian shook his head slightly in disdain. The 3 of them worked together with a tacit understanding and amazing lethality. Perhaps Huaxia martial Dao grandmasters like Hua Qingtian and Wei Feilong would have to retreat. But for Jiang Tian, who had cultivated the Genjin divine body and broke through to the 5th level of Qi refining stage, they were just ants that he could kill with a raise of his hand. Under the urging of divine sense, Xiao Hei's flying sword broke through the speed of sound and pierced through the shield with a bang. Even if Nagaki Miyamoto continuously changed his figure and trajectory, Xiao Hei's flying sword was still firmly locked on him. Puff! In just a blink of an eye, Xiao Hei's flying sword pierced through Nagaki Miyamoto's chest with blood and viscera fragments. Nagaki Miyamoto didn't even make a sound and fell to the deck. He clutched his chest and died. Nagaki Miyamoto, the first master of the Nitin Ryu sect and the great teacher of Japanese kendo, was dead. At this moment, Hattori Hanzo's ninja wind blade and hidden weapon had already arrived in front of Jiang Tian. They were less than a meter away, but suddenly, a black bolt of lightning shot out from Jiang Tian's fingers. Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of explosions like a string of firecrackers. Many wind blades and hidden weapons were turned into fragments and wreckage. In less than a second, all of them exploded and shattered. The black lightning burst out and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Hattori Hanzo. What is this? Hattori Hanzo's eyes were filled with horror. He didn't see Jiang Tian's other weapons at all. At this time, he didn't see what the black lightning was. But the only thing he knew was that the threat of death was close at hand. In a hurry, he pushed his endurance to the limit and grabbed at the air in panic. He pulled out a shield from the void and blocked in front of him. At the same time, he retreated quickly. But how could his shield of enduring withstand the power of the black iron shuttle? This was the relic of the demon immortal battle Saint Ape. It was made of Gingjin Mother Iron, and after Jiang Tian's sacrificial refining, it had powerful magical power. The shield didn't even last for a second before it shattered. The black iron shuttle pierced through his chest, bringing his body up into the air and nailing him to the cabin. The exposed tail of the shuttle was still trembling slightly, and blood flowed out along the cabin wall. The second master, Heiga Ryu Ninja, Hattori Hanzo, God-level ninja, Hattori Hanzo, was dead. At this time, Ishii Yurin's incomparably violent blade also arrived. Jiang Tian waved his hand and sneered, courting death. A surging golden airflow pushed out like an 18-level tsunami. Under this unstoppable force, Ishii Yulian's blade aura crumbled like a piece of paper. Her body flew more than 10 meters away like a kite in the wind. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, motionless. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. This was as fast as lightning. Jiang Tian used less than 3 seconds. Even the 3 masters of Zanemiya Shrine were stunned. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Master Kong, 1. A member of the Condor team gulped, his face was full of disbelief. These were the 3 masters of Zanemiya Shrine. In the whole of Japan, they could be ranked in the top 10. Even if Yi Zhantian were to face the 3 of them together, he would have a hard time dealing with them. However, Jiang Tian had only used 3 seconds to kill 3 of them. Moreover, he had done it so effortlessly. What kind of power was that? What kind of power was that? What kind of power was that? What kind of talent was that? Kong Teichu, 1. Qin Zongheng said with difficulty. He looked at Jiang Tian with a complicated expression. Before this, he was jealous of Jiang Tian. After all, he was an elite disciple of the semi-hidden Wu Dang sect. He even had the ambition to compete with Jiang Tian and make a name for himself in the martial arts world by defeating Jiang Tian. But after seeing Jiang Tian's terrifying strength, he didn't even have the courage to be jealous. That lofty aspiration to challenge Jiang Tian had long since fallen to the ground and shattered into pieces, unable to be picked up again. Everyone, your mission is complete. Let's go home. Jiang Tian turned to Qin Zongheng and said lightly. Yes, Master Kong. Your next mission has nothing to do with the Condor team anymore. Qin Zongheng bowed respectfully and cupped his fists. His body couldn't stop trembling slightly. The other members of the Condor team also lowered their heads to show their respect to Jiang Tian. They had to show their goodwill to Jiang Tian because Jiang Tian had killed Qin Shuejiao, which meant that he was an enemy of the Condor team. If they didn't show their goodwill, Jiang Tian might kill them as well to eliminate all future troubles. Go. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. He couldn't be bothered to kill Qin Zongheng and the others. They were just a bunch of ants. Master Kong, don't worry. Qin Zongheng looked fearful. He quickly added, Xianxia died in the battle between you and the Japanese. She was accidentally killed by the Japanese. I will report the truth. The other members of the Condor team nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian was slightly stunned when he saw this. After that, he smiled in a carefree manner and said, although I am not afraid of the White Emperor city, you have avoided some unnecessary trouble by dealing with it like this. Very good, you're very smart. Master Kong, you flatter me. Qin Zongheng let out a long sigh. He bowed respectfully again. I didn't recognize your face and offended you with my words. Please forgive me, Master Kong. No problem. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Qin Zongheng and the others quickly took Chen Shuejiao's body, exited the Great East Asia, and boarded the Guowei. On the Guowei, Qin Zongheng's face was grave. He thought about what to say, and finally used the satellite phone to report the situation to Beidasheng. Of course, he did cover up Chen Shuejiao's death for Jiang Tian as he said. Beidasheng's reaction was very calm. Qin Zongheng did not know what Beidasheng was thinking. Beidasheng's thoughts had always been hard to grasp. After hanging up the phone, Qin Zongheng sat there and looked at the monotonous sea view outside the porthole. He was in a daze for a long time. Young Master Qin, young Master Beidasheng wants you to report back to the Condor team headquarters in Beijing. A team member knocked on the door and entered. I'm not going back. Qin Zongheng said calmly. Young Master Qin, what, did you say? The team member was shocked and could not believe his ears. Qin Zongheng was a die-hard fan of Beidasheng. He had always obeyed him. Was he going to defy him? Help me pass on a message. I'm not going back to Beijing for the time being. I'm going to Wudang Mountain for seclusion. Qin Zongheng sighed dejectedly. After this mission, he finally understood the huge gap between him and a true overlord. He suddenly felt that the goals and blueprints that White Emperor City had created, which had once made his blood boil, were tasteless when compared to Jiang Tian's heaven-defying cultivation. He might be able to reach 1/10 of Kong Teichu's combat power after 8 to 10 years of seclusion. Chapter 410. In fact, Jiang Tian had left some leeway, so Ishii Yulian was only unconscious for 10 minutes. When she woke up, she immediately crawled on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Tian, Master Kong, Ishii Yulian surrenders, please spare my life. I am willing to follow Master Kong for the rest of my life. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Her heart was filled with shock and fear. Even if Nagaki Miyamoto, Hanzo Hattori, and herself, the three masters of Nomiya Shrine attacked Kong Teichu together, he killed them with a wave of his hand. This kind of strength was too terrifying. He had obviously shown mercy just now. It was just a wave of his sleeve. If he had used his full strength, how could he still be alive? Most likely, he would have already been beaten to a pulp. Thinking of this, Ishii Yulian's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head even more, and her forehead touched the deck. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Jiang Tian stood with his hands behind his back, bathed in the starlight, facing the sea breeze, his clothes fluttering. In the eyes of many Japanese masters, he was like an immortal. This. Ishii doesn't dare to guess Master Kang's intentions. The Queen of Japan's underground world couldn't help but tremble violently. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Jiang Tian's eyes. Although I am unrestrained and invincible in my life, I am not willing to endanger my country and harm the interests of the country and people. I will take responsibility for the Great Mountain incident. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness, and said lightly, let the Japanese government admit and announce to the world that I have been handed over to Japan and have been executed. This incident has nothing to do with Wuxia. This. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Ishii Yulian was surprised and surprised. In her opinion, an expert like Jiang Tian was like a god, detached from the world. Countries and people should be very illusory concepts in his mind. She didn't expect him to still care about Huaxia's interests at this level. Go and do it. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and walked into a cabin. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Ishii Mitsuhika immediately contacted the upper echelons of Nomiya Shrine and the Sakura Kai. According to the report, Kong Tae-chu has been handed over and successfully killed, but unfortunately, Nagaki Miyamoto and Hanzo Hattori died in the battle. The Japanese upper-class society rejoiced when they received the news. The royal family, the Sakura Society, many shrines, high-ranking military and political officials, and tycoons were celebrating. Kong Tae-chu. The number 1 Grandmaster on Huaxia's divine ranking list, the number 3 on the world's dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the divine ranking list, the number 3 man on the world's dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the divine ranking list, the number 1 man on the world's dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the dark ranking list, the number 1 man on the dark ranking list. How domineering was that? It can be said that in Huaxia, Southeast Asia, South Korea, Japan, and the whole of East Asia, they can be considered top-notch experts. But now, they had finally been eliminated by the Japanese martial arts world. This was a great boost to their country's prestige. The upper echelons of the Sakura Society issued an order to Ishii Yurin. Yamaguchi-gumi was responsible for bringing Kong Tae-chu's body back to Japan and handing it over to Nomiya Shrine. Next, the top scientific teams of Tokyo University, Waseda University, and Imperial University will conduct cutting-edge research on him. It can be said that in the Japanese cultivation world, Kong Tae-chu is very mysterious and powerful. He is like a sophisticated weapon, and many teams are studying him. Many people thought that Kong Tae-chu is a Superman who achieved human evolution due to genetic mutation. Now, Kong Tae-chu is cut into pieces and studied carefully. The Japanese Prime Minister immediately held a press conference on TV and announced that the Great Mountain incident had been handled appropriately. This incident was the personal action of a citizen of Huaxia with the surname Jiang. It had nothing to do with the Huaxia government. And this citizen had been sent to Japan with the cooperation of the Huaxia government. Unfortunately, this citizen jumped into the sea to escape punishment during the deportation process and unfortunately drowned. In the eyes of the secular world, this news was just a small territorial dispute. When they finished reading the news, they quickly forgot about it. But in the dark world, the news was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. The world was in an uproar. Many people couldn't believe it, and the dark net was boiling. Immortal State Warrior, a giant of a generation, Kong Tae-chu has fallen. On the Darknet forum, the title of this news was bolded and red, and it was pinned by the administrator, shocking many people. What? Kong Tae-chu has fallen? Where did the news come from? Since the battle with Russia's Qiao Bin at Moling Lake in Jinling, there has been no news of Kong Tae-chu for 3 months. Someone asked in shock. Yeah. How could Kong Tae-chu have fallen? He has never been defeated since his debut. An expert couldn't believe it. According to the news I received, the Great Mountain incident was Kong Tae-chu's doing. The Japanese Maritime Security Agency lost a few patrol ships and hundreds of people were killed or injured. They asked the Huaxia officials for an explanation. In the end, the Huaxia Condor Group handed Kong Tae-chu to the Japanese Nomiya Shrine. In the end, many experts besieged Kong Tae-chu on Nomiya Shrine's Great Donya and assassinated him. Someone who knew the inside story explained. Who can kill Kong Tae-chu? He is a half-step immortal state warrior. Some people were unwilling to accept it emotionally. Do you think the Japanese overlords are useless? In the Nomiya Shrine, Hattori Hanzo is an immortal-level ninja, Nagaki Miyamoto is a kendo grand teacher, and the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Ishii Yurin. They all have the strength of an immortal state warrior. They attacked Kong Tae-chu together and had the home advantage. How many nails can Kong Tae-chu crush? An overlord analyzed. The forum was silent. For a full 3 minutes, there was no movement at all. Many overlords and tycoons had different feelings. They were surprised, shocked, regretful, fearful, gloating, and all kinds of emotions. There were many people who felt regretful. At the beginning of modern times, science and technology were booming and in the ascendant. Guns, cannons, missiles, and other firearms emerged and became popular. The cultivation world gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ordinary martial arts grandmasters could walk on water and hurt people from a distance. So what? So what if they could form chi righteousness and block the shot of small caliber firearms? An ordinary person with no cultivation could kill an experienced martial arts grandmaster with a sniper rifle equipped with armor-piercing bullets and incendiary bullets from a few kilometers away. It took a lot of effort and countless resources to train a martial arts grandmaster. How expensive was the price? However, a sniper rifle could be bought on the black market for less than 10,000 yuan. Compared to that, what was the point of cultivation? In particular, the appearance of nuclear weapons with destructive power had shocked many cultivators, causing them to tremble in fear. They either kept a low profile and did not dare to stir up trouble again, or they chose to cooperate with the government and become the thugs and killing gods of the superpowers' governments. However, Kong Tae-chu's rise in recent years gave people a glimmer of hope. This overlord might be qualified to challenge the superpowers in the world. After all, he had even taken over the Chinese society of Qing State and forced the Prime Minister of Qing State to submit. Moreover, there was a secret rumor that Kong Tae-chu had taken control of the South Korean Tanjun faction and made the South Korean government worship him. At this rate, Kong Tae-chu might have the strength to challenge the superpowers in 20 years. When that time came, the dark overlords around the world would rise again. But now, Kong Tae-chu was dead. Their last glimmer of hope had been destroyed. How could they not sigh? How could they not feel heavy-hearted? Tonight, the giants fell, the stars fell, and the twilight of the gods descended. This is a sleepless night for the entire dark world. Someone sighed with emotion. However, the leader of the Tombstone organization suddenly said, Kong Tae-chu deserved it. He was too arrogant after all. How dare he provoke Japan? Even immortal state warriors do not have the strength to challenge the superpowers in the world. After all, how many immortal state warriors do all the superpowers in the world live in seclusion? I didn't expect Kong Tae-chu to die before he encountered a large-scale thermal weapon. This is so satisfying. The leader of the butterfly skeleton also happily posted, the Condor team, Nomiya Shrine, and the Sakura Society have done a good job. Arrogant people like Jiang Taichu who have swept across the world should be suppressed in blood. Now, can we go to Wuxia and wipe out Kong Taechu's remaining forces? Without Kong Tae-chu, Wuxia is like entering and exiting a no-man's land. What a vast market this is. The spokesperson of the Blood Totem said, no matter how you look at it, the Blood Totem has always been an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We are ready to take action. 18 Duke-level Blood Guards have already gone straight to Wuxia and will carry out a bloody massacre on Kong Tae-chu's remaining forces. It is said that Kong Tae-chu has a Heaven Alliance organization in Wuxia. It is said that it is composed of transcendent masters. However, without Kong Tae-chu, the Heaven Alliance is like a toothless tiger, weak as hell. In the beginning, there were people who refuted these remarks. After all, Kong Tae-chu was a powerhouse in the Dark World, an outstanding representative, and the first Dark World powerhouse in recent years to obtain a respected status in the light of the sun. No one should kick him when he is down. However, A sentence from the North American, Sky Eye, assassin organization ignited everyone's greed. Since the rise of Kang Tae-chu, he has been pillaging Wuxia, Singapore, and South Korea. Do you know how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures he has? A few kilograms of gold was enough to make people lose their minds and kill for money, not to mention the cultivation resources that were even more precious than gold. For a moment, many overlords were tempted. They should at least go to Wuxia to take a look and fish in troubled waters. Who knows, they might be able to get something out of it. Big Circle, on the other hand, took action upon hearing the news. They no longer issued hidden bounties, but openly issued open bounties. In a secret base on Big Turtle Island. The boss of the Big Circle, Sixth Old Man Fan, gulped down a glass of Lao Baigan, slammed the table and shouted, "Good! Good! Kang Tae-chu is finally dead. I can finally see the light of day again," he said drunkenly to Xiao Wu, the person in charge of the North America region. Announce on the dark roll immediately. 500 million USD, no. There's a reward of 1 billion USD for anyone who can kill Jiang Taichu's remaining henchmen. Chapter 411. Some were happy while others were sad. These organizations and giants were all ruthlessly beaten and cleaned up by Jiang Tian during the bloodbath in Jinling. They had always hated Kang Tae-chu in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now that they heard of Jiang Taichu's death, they could be said to be celebrating and in high spirits. Moreover, they were eager to make a move and fought to be the first to sneak into Wuxia to attack Jiang Tian's forces and wash away the humiliation from back then. "Master Kang, may I come in?" A few hours later, Ishii Yulian asked respectfully at Jiang Tian's door. "Come in." Jiang Tian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a white breath as he nodded slightly. "Master Kang, the Japanese officials have released a statement." Ishii Yulian walked in and bowed at Jiang Tian's feet. At this time, she had changed into a white kimono with pink flowers, which made her breasts even more prominent. Her waist was slender, and when she bowed, she revealed a snow-white and slender neck, which made people daydream. Her waist and buttocks also revealed a perfectly round arc, which was extremely tempting. Ishii Yulian reported the relevant situation and then said, "Master Kang, what should we do next?" "Take them by surprise and attack them when they are unprepared. Naturally, we should wipe out the Sakura Kai and the 4 great shrines in one fell swoop." Jiang Tian sat cross-legged on the sofa, calmly sipping his fragrant tea, and said with a calm expression. His tone was so relaxed that it was as if he was facing a group of ants instead of a behemoth ranked in the top 10 of the world's strongest organizations. Hearing this, Ishii Yulian's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her beautiful face became as pale as paper. She said with a trembling voice, "Master Kang, I know that your cultivation is strong, but do you know what kind of terrifying existence the Sakura Kai is? Tell me." Jiang Tian said lightly. The Cherry Blossom Society was established during the Meiji Restoration. It has a history of several hundred years. A look of deep fear appeared on Ishii Yulian's face as he said, "They are directly responsible to the Japanese royal family, and they have the sword sage Ryutaro Momoi as their president, King Aoki, Sasaki Kaisha, and many other god-tier ninjas and kendo masters. In addition, many top financial groups such as Mitsui will provide financial support. Especially since they have Kamo Yunwen, Onpei Jipping, and Onpei Hiroshi, for top onmyoges. Their onmyoges are unfathomable. Each of the 4 onmyoges is in charge of a shrine, and each shrine has 3 shikigami. These shikigami have been worshipped by hundreds of millions of people in Japan since the Heian era. After hundreds of years of history, they have formed an enormous amount of spiritual power, and each shikigami is stronger than an immortal. Ampere Clear Kong and Hattori Hanzo, whom you encountered in South Korea's Tanjun sect, are only the weakest of the 4 shrines, Nozomiya Shrine, in the secular world. You can imagine how powerful the Cherry Blossom Society and the other shrines are. Do you mean that I am not a match for the Cherry Blossom Society? Jiang Tian looked at her with a faint smile. Ishii Yuren's body trembled slightly, and she shook her head with a pale face. Master Kong, that's not what I meant, it's just that, she hemmed and hawed, wanting to say something but hesitating. What? Tell me, I won't eat you. Grandmaster Jiang, your magic power is as high as the heavens. I admire you very much, but why do we have to look for trouble? Ishii Yulian crawled in front of Jiang Tian, his plump chest pressed against Jiang Tian's calf. He looked up at Jiang Tian's charming face and said in a sorrowful voice, Master Kong, I have tens of billions of USD in the Swiss bank. I can give it all to you. We can buy an island in the Pacific Ocean and live a carefree life. No one will disturb us. I have made up my mind. Jiang Tian said, if you are willing to follow me and be my guide. After I take over the Cherry Blossom Society, you will be the president. If you are not willing, you can leave after I set foot in Japan. None of this has anything to do with you. What? Master is willing to let me be the president of the Cherry Blossom Society? Ishii Yuren couldn't believe her ears. The president of the Cherry Blossom Society was extremely prestigious. Mitsui, Sumitomo, Mitsubishi, Yasuda and many other tycoons worshipped him and gave him billions of assets. He was the leader of many kendo, ninja and onmyoji sects in Japan. He could sit on the same level as the Prime Minister of Japan and was second only to the Emperor of Japan. Needless to say, this was a great temptation for Ishii Yuren. Of course, it was also very risky. I will give you 1 minute to think about it. Jiang Tian slowly closed his eyes and continued to meditate cross-legged. I am willing. Ishii Yuren was indeed the queen of Japan's underground world. It only took her 5 seconds to think before she agreed. She was like a kitten in heat. She wiggled her voluptuous body and jumped into Jiang Tian's arms. Her red lips moved to Jiang Tian's ear and said, Master Kong, Ishii Yuren will never forget your kindness. Tonight, I am willing to give you everything I have to serve you. Forget it. Jiang Tian gently pushed her away. His face was expressionless as he said in an indifferent tone, I already have a wife. Ishii Yuren was startled and couldn't believe it. She had practiced the yin-yang art seduction technique and was extremely seductive. Normally, she didn't need to offer her body at all. She only needed to throw a look and those celebrities, politicians, and tycoons would listen to her without any resistance. But she didn't expect Jiang Tian to reject her. Her charming eyes flashed with a trace of dimness as she softly said, Then Grandmaster Jiang, you should rest. The sky turned white as the sun rose, sprinkling down thousands of golden rays and plating the undulating sea with a layer of gold. Gunshot. What a powerful aura. Suddenly, Jiang Tian opened his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened the cabin door and came to the deck and looked into the distance. In the sea 20 nautical miles away, a young man in black was standing on the back of a huge blue whale about 10 meters long. Like a whistling arrow, he rushed toward a fleet of 7 or 8 ships. The young man was about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a greasy black robe and carried a broken iron sword on his back. His shoulder-length hair was tied into a bun and there was a bamboo chopstick stuck in it. The blue whale swam extremely fast, bobbing up and down, but he stood there as if his feet were rooted to the ground. His body was as straight as a javelin, but also like an unsheathed sword. He looked sloppy, but at the same time, he gave off a strange feeling of sharpness. His skin was dark, but healthy and clean. His sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples. His pair of long and narrow eyes were filled with a playful smile. He pursed his thin lips and looked fearless. Master Kong, this is a whaling ship from Japan. Don't worry, they won't dare to hurt us. Ishii Yurin quickly walked over and observed with a pair of high-powered binoculars before respectfully reporting. "Don't talk." Jiang Tian waved his hand and looked at the young man with a serious expression. He felt a very powerful aura from the young man. This kind of aura was far more condensed and refined than the true chi of a martial artist. It was only one step away from the true essence of the cultivation world. As for ninja and the sword aura of Japanese kendo, they were worlds apart and could not be compared at all. He's not a martial artist, but a different kind of cultivator. Could it be that he's a member of the legendary hidden sect? Jiang Tian muttered with interest. With the blue whale swimming at high speed, the young man was soon only a few hundred meters away from the nearest whaling ship. At that moment, his body shot out like a whistling arrow and crossed a distance of 200 meters in an instant. The tip of his foot tapped on the undulating waves, and his body rose up again like a nimble swallow. He landed on the whaling ship in an instant. He pulled out his broken iron sword and swaggered over, killing more than a dozen crew members as if he were cutting vegetables. He held a mink whale that was at least a few hundred kilograms and put it in the sea. Then he clapped his hands and pounced on another whaling ship. Chapter 412. The next day, he snatched an off-road vehicle and sped through the downtown area, hitting 3 cars and causing a small car accident. When the police arrived, he ran away. How could the police be faster than him? At that time, the shocked police officers scolded him. "Little punk, you run faster than an F1 car. What's the use of snatching someone's car? What's the use of it? Yeah, he runs so fast. He's going to the Olympics to win glory for the country. If he goes, Lu Xiang will have nothing to do with him." Several police officers thought so. The next night, he robbed a robber who had just robbed someone else and got a few thousand yuan. Without an ID card, he spent the night in an illegal internet cafe and ate a bowl of longtime pickled cabbage beef noodles extravagantly. He even added 2 grilled sausages and ordered a bottle of iced black tea. His purpose of going online was, of course, good. He wanted to know more about this wonderful world. While he was surfing the internet in this internet cafe, he saw a documentary called Dolphin Bay on a video website. This documentary showed the story of Taiji in Gashan County, Japan, where the Blue Sea turned scarlet due to the killing of dolphins and whales. Du Guxiao, who had always loved small animals, choked and cried like a child who had lost his favorite toy. Such a big fish and such a cute little animal. How could these Japanese bear to kill them? How despicable. Du Guxiao's tears and a long string of snot fell into the bowl of noodles. He didn't know whether to throw it away or eat it. It was very awkward. In the morning, Du Guxiao used the remaining few hundred yuan to buy a second-hand smartphone. He went to the seaside and hired a broken fishing boat to search for a whaling ship. However, this fishing boat didn't have the ability to sail long distances. After dozens of nautical miles, the captain asked to return. Du Guxiao was very helpless. However, he found a blue whale and quickly tamed it with his fists. He waved his hand to let the stunned captain return. He rode the blue whale all the way to find a whaling ship. Boring. What should I do next? Du Guxiao found a bottle of beer and some dry rations in the cabin. He ate and drank in large mouthfuls as he looked at the boundless sea in boredom. Why don't we go to Japan and have some fun? According to those movies, the women there are very open. You can even see them on the tram. Du Guxiao chuckled, as if he had finally found a goal in life. The next moment, he slapped himself hard and said coldly, "No, I should challenge Miyamoto Geniki of the Japanese Sword God Palace. According to my master, Miyamoto Geniki once went to Wuxia to challenge him and killed many people from his sect." He ran excitedly to the cockpit and, after a flurry of maneuvering, finally got the fishing boat started. However, the most depressing thing was that he couldn't understand the navigation chart. There were also many navigation instruments that he didn't understand. Drive to the east. You can't go wrong. Look at the direction of the sun. Dugu Xiao pondered for a while and finally nodded. Drive east. You're already in America. If you want to go to Japan, you should go northeast. Why don't I take you there? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out behind him. Dugu Xiao was so shocked that his whole body tensed up and his soul almost flew out of his body. His spiritual perception was very strong and was the best in the entire sect. He could suppress many of his senior brothers and uncles. Even his master was inferior to him. Even the slightest sound within a radius of 5 miles could not escape his ears. However, the other party had approached him silently. He was obviously an expert. In an instant, he turned his head abruptly. The aura in his body rose steadily and gathered in the palm of his hand. He immediately looked at the young man in white and said angrily, "Who are you? Who let you in? This is not your boat. If you can enter, why can't I?" Jiang Tian said with a smile. "Get out. If you don't get out, I'll beat you up." Dugu Xiao gnashed his teeth and said fiercely, "See? I killed all the people on this boat. The people on the other boats were also killed by me. I'm a baddie who kills without batting an eye. Then you can try." Jiang Tian looked at him with interest, wanting to test the strength of the people from the Yin sect. Whoosh! Dugu Xiao stomped his feet on the ground, and the entire ship trembled slightly, as if it was going to fall apart. His figure had already shot out like an arrow, and his fist smashed towards Jiang Tian's chest with a strange whistling sound. "Good!" Jiang Tian praised, and met the attack with a punch. With a muffled bang, the two fists collided. Like a grenade explosion, the air billowed in all directions. Boom! Boom! Half of the cockpit was blown apart by the violent wind from the punch as if it had been bombarded by a cannonball. Jiang Tian had just used 80% of the cultivation of the Gengjin divine body. His fist was like steel, but he could still feel the pain. He sighed in his heart. This kid's cultivation was so strong that his punch could definitely break a stone. His strength should be half a step away from the immortal state. He might even be in the early stages of the immortal state. He was far stronger than Xiao Bin and Wang Chongyan. Even Yi Zhantian was slightly weaker than him. For an 18-year-old boy to have such a terrifying cultivation, it seemed that the people of the Yin sect did have some tricks up their sleeves. Dugu Xiao, on the other hand, was sent flying with a whoosh. He broke through the cockpit and fell into the sea. However, with a flick of his fingers, 2 streams of air shot out from his fingertips and coiled around the side of the ship like flexible tentacles. After that, his body was lifted up and landed on the deck again. He looked at Jiang Tian in shock and despair. "Who are you? Which Yin sect are you from? How can you defeat the little genius Dugu Xiao?" Dugu Xiao was shocked and looked at Jiang Tian with fear and vigilance. Master once said that the people of the Yin sect disregarded the law. They went around robbing treasures and killing people for their treasures. Is this person trying to kill me for my treasures? But I went down the mountain empty-handed. Maybe he wants to force me to tell him the location of Langyi Academy. Is he here to rob me? Oh, so your name is Dugu Xiao. Does that mean you're from the Yin sect? Jiang Tian smiled. I can't believe I said my name. Dugu Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth and stared at Jiang Tian. He waited for a while before he said in a cute manner. Do you think I will tell you that I am from the Yin sect? Gah. I think I accidentally said it again. However, I will never tell you that my sect is in the Hengduan Mountains. Gah. I accidentally said it again. Then I will tell you that I am from the secular world and have nothing to do with the Yin sect. Can you tell me the name of your sect? Jiang Tian smiled. Are the martial artists in the secular world so powerful? How is that possible? You must be lying to me. Dugu Xiao said proudly and disdainfully, do you think that I am stupid because I have never been to the secular world? You are wrong. My IQ is very high. I just did an IQ test online the day before yesterday. I am Kong Te Chu, number 1 on the Master God list and number 3 on the World Dark Roll. I am the State Preceptor of Singapore and also the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Have you never heard of my name? Jiang Tian stood with his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows. He was even more arrogant and disdainful. I have never heard of you. Master God list. What is the Dark Roll? Is it a school exam ranking? Dugu Xiao thought carefully and asked seriously as he stared at Jiang Tian with his bright eyes. His words hit Jiang Tian so hard that he wanted to cry but had no tears. This guy was clearly a naive and ignorant fool. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you want to go to Japan with me? I also want to challenge the Dongyang Sword God. Jiang Tian smiled and sent out an invitation. Jiang Tian had lived 2 lives and had lived for 10,000 years in his previous life. He had seen countless people. He could tell at a glance that Dugu Xiao had a pure and kind heart and was someone worth befriending. It was good to have more friends in the hidden sect. My master said that one should not harm others but guard against others. What if you want to harm me? Dugu Xiao looked at Jiang Tian warily. What's the point of killing you? You have a total of $200 on you, and a broken sword that you made with iron sheet. What is there for me to snatch? Jiang Tian said with a lazy smile. Dugu Xiao's face turned red. He rubbed his chin and hesitated for half a minute before he looked up and said, all right, I have nothing to do anyway. I will go with you. But don't even think about harming me. I am very powerful. I only used 30% of my strength just now. You used all your strength, okay? That's all you have. Jiang Tian snickered in his heart but was too lazy to expose him. He smiled and said, let's go. Follow me to that big ship. There are all kinds of delicacies, wine, and beauties on it. I guarantee 5-star treatment. At this moment, the great Dongya had already arrived. Dugu Xiao looked over and said in astonishment, a Japanese ship. You have a relationship with the Japanese? Just like you, I also snatched this ship. Jiang Tian stepped on the air and his body was as vigorous as a dragon. He crossed 500 meters and landed on the deck of the Great Dongya with a whoosh. Show off. What are you showing off for? Do you think I don't have this kind of movement technique? Dugu Xiao pursed his lips and muttered in a very black-bellied manner. Seeing Jiang Tian looking at him from the opposite side, he deliberately showed off his martial arts. He stood with his hands behind his back and his feet stepped on the ground. He stepped on the air as if he was walking on flat ground. His body floated straight towards the Great Dongya. The sea breeze blew and Dugu Xiao's black robe fluttered in the air. The hem of his robe fluttered like a flag. The black hair hanging on his cheeks also fluttered. His starry eyes were like lightning. His lips were like knives. His eyebrows were slightly raised. He was extremely handsome and flirtatious. Ishi Yulian looked at him with reverence and asked Jiang Tian, Master Kong, is this young man an expert? Yes. This movement technique is not inferior to Qiao Bin, Wang Chongyan, and Yi Zhantian of the older generation. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. He was only 1 meter away from the Great Dongya. But suddenly, his breath and strength were exhausted. His body tilted and with a splash, he fell into the water. Idiot! Jiang Tian held his forehead and said helplessly. Pfft! Ishi Yulian at the side laughed out loud. She covered her small mouth and was extremely charming. Actually, if I want to use my martial arts again, I can cross 500 meters. Do you believe me, Kong Te Chu? Dugu Xiao jumped onto the deck, his whole body drenched. He shivered as he looked at Jiang Tian with a serious expression. Chapter 4:13. I believe you. I believe you too much. A young man riding a whale. You are very strong and very coquettish. Jiang Tian nodded seriously. I'm not riding a whale, I'm standing on it. I've been standing on a plum blossom pile for 3 years. Dugu Xiao corrected seriously. Mr. Dugu, change your clothes. I'll help you wash them and dry them. Ishii Yu Lian walked up gracefully and said. No need. I can do it myself. Dugu Xiao's face turned red as he avoided Ishii Yu Lian's gaze and quickly waved his hand. He activated his cultivation technique, and his body immediately emitted wisps of white mist. Very quickly, his clothes were evaporated. What's the name of your cultivation technique? Is it a martial artist's true chi? Jiang Tian asked curiously. I don't know. In short, it can be used to fight and kill. My master said it's still true chi, but it's more condensed than a martial artist's true chi. Isn't it powerful? Dugu Xiao touched his black robe and found that it was completely dry. He smiled proudly. Then what's your cultivation level now? Jiang Tian pulled him into the cabin and asked Ishii Yu Lian to prepare the food. I don't know, what's your cultivation technique called? I don't know. My master taught me, so I learned it. My master said it's the second foundation cultivation technique. Dugu Xiao simply didn't know anything, making Jiang Tian speechless. Why don't you call it the third foundation cultivation technique? This name isn't domineering at all. Think about it, when others use raging sea sword art or Nitten first-class profound art, sacrificing blade, you throw out a punch and shout, second foundation cultivation technique. Very funny. Damn, this fish isn't cooked yet. How can you eat it? This is too barbaric. Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? This is called sashimi. Dip it in wasabi and soy sauce. This is the way to eat it. Jiang Tian really wanted to slap him. Oh, this is wasabi. Let me try. Dugu Xiao picked up a piece of sashimi, dipped it in a large amount of mustard, and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. Stop it. Jiang Tian couldn't stop him. He could only look at him sympathetically. Why are you looking at me like that? Dugu Xiao looked at Jiang Tian in confusion. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and gasped for air. His tears and snot flowed out together. He also had a feeling of difficulty breathing and his heart constricted. Fuck, this fish is poisonous. Kong Te Chu, you actually wanted to harm me. To think that I trusted you so much. Dugu Xiao glared at Jiang Tian with resentment. Can you be more mature? Mustard is very pungent. That's the taste. You can't eat it. Don't eat so much. Have a drink. Jiang Tian wanted to slap him to death. Is that so? Dugu Xiao's face turned red. He knew that he had made a fool of himself due to his lack of experience. He hurriedly picked up the glass of fruit juice and gulped it down. He was finally done. He smiled awkwardly and said, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wouldn't I know if you told me earlier? It really feels like poison. It tastes similar to the 5 steps intestine shattering powder. Who knew that you were so inexperienced? You haven't even eaten mustard or sashimi before. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes at him. If you say that again, I'll get angry with you. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Dugu Xiao stood up angrily and turned to leave. Jiang Tian did not stop him. Those fishing boats had already been thrown dozens of nautical miles away. His blue whale had also swam away. If you have the guts, fly over there. Not long later, Dugu Xiao came back with a dejected face. He sat down on the sofa and looked at Jiang Tian with resentment. Humph, I've boarded a pirate ship this time. You're simply too hateful. Since you're already here, take it easy. Whale riding youth, let's enjoy our trip to Japan together. Jiang Tian said with a chuckle. I'm not riding, I'm standing. Why do I feel like you're mocking me? It's as if I'm riding a pig. That's the plum blossom pile footwork. Are you as stable as me? Dugu Xiao corrected him angrily. Not bad, not bad. Very stable. Jiang Tian said with a smile. How many days have you been out? Does your sect know? Do you want to make a phone call to tell them that you're safe? If I make a phone call, my master will definitely catch me and beat me up. Dugu Xiao said with a frightened face. You're just telling them that you're safe. You don't have to tell them your location. How can they catch you? Don't let your family worry. Jiang Tian said. That's the reason. My master said that no one from my sect has left the mountain for 20 years. Moreover, they always thought that I didn't have the ability to break the mountain gate's sealing array. They might think that I've gone missing and be very worried. Dugu Xiao frowned and said with distress, but my phone has no signal now. I must have bought a fake phone. It's not a fake phone. There's no signal here. Jiang Tian was speechless. Why is there no signal? There's always signal outside. I even went online. Dugu Xiao asked curiously. Do you know of a device called a signal base station? Jiang Tian helplessly explained for 10 minutes. Dugu Xiao nodded his head. I understand. But I can't make a phone call. You can make a call. Use a satellite phone. Jiang Tian put his hand into his pocket and pretended to search for something. He took out a satellite phone from his storage ring and handed it over. Brother Dugu, how can a satellite phone connect? Dugu Xiao asked curiously. Don't call me Brother Dugu. I'm not a Brother Dugu. Jiang Tian was speechless and explained for another 10 minutes. So that's the case. Brother Dugu, you're so knowledgeable. Dugu Xiao gave a thumbs up and praised seriously. It seemed that Dugu Xiao wasn't completely ignorant of the ways of the world. Sometimes, he would also flatter others. Jiang Tian sighed helplessly and waved his hand. All right, hurry up and call your master. A moment later, the phone was connected. Dugu Xiao and his master chatted for a while, deeply reflecting on his wrongdoings of leaving the sect without permission. Then, he smiled and said, Master, don't worry. I'm with Kong Te Chu. We're going to Japan to kill the origin of the Japanese sword god Palace. Kong Te Chu. His master's tone was a little serious. Give the phone to Master Kong. I'll talk to him. Jiang Tian took the phone and hurriedly said, Senior, do you have any instructions? I wouldn't dare. Mr. Jiang is known as the #1 master on the divine list. He's a top master in the secular world. I'm Dugu Qingmu from Langyi Academy. Everyone calls me Taoist Qingmu. Hee hee. The other party introduced himself and looked very humble. Oh, so it's Taoist Qingmu. It's an honor to meet you. Jiang Tian never knew what the Langyi Academy was, but he still replied politely. After all, it was normal to be polite. Dugu Qingmu chuckled and said, You're really not dead. I thought you were dead. I saw some news on the dark web. Oh. That. I'm talking to the Japanese mainly to let them release a statement that the Great Mountain incident has nothing to do with Huaxia's officials. Jiang Tian explained. Oh, I see. Master Kong, this is the first time Dugu Xiao has been to the secular world. He's very innocent. Please guide and take care of him. Dugu Qingmu said very politely. You're welcome. It's nothing. Actually, his cultivation is not bad. I also admire him. Jiang Tian said politely. Oh, you can give the phone to Dugu Xiao. Dugu Qingmu said. Jiang Tian handed the phone to Dugu Xiao. Dugu Qingmu said seriously, "Ah Xiao, this Master Kong is an expert. Although he's from the secular world, his cultivation is much higher than most of the people in the hidden sects. You must respect him and not be rude." "Master, I understand." Dugu Xiao agreed verbally, but he still glared at Jiang Tian unhappily. "Didn't you say that we're in the top 10 in the hidden sects and that the strongest person in the secular world is no match for us? Ah Xiao, is the outside world fun?" Dugu Qingmu's voice became more amiable. "Master, it's fun, but it's not like the love between brothers in the academy. It's not as simple as that. I even met robbers and whalers. The people there are very bad." Dugu Xiao's eyes suddenly turned red. Perhaps he was a little homesick. Come back quickly after going to East Asia for a while. The deadline is 1 month. If you exceed it, I'll beat you up when I come back." Dugu Qingmu's tone was still very amiable, but it scared Dugu Xiao so much that he trembled. "I definitely won't exceed the deadline. Don't worry." Dugu Xiao hurriedly promised. "Master Kong is very famous in the secular world. He's also a very nice person. You don't have to be guarded against him. You can tell him everything you know. Moreover, if he dominates Japan, it'll be very beneficial to Huaxia's martial arts world and even the hidden sections. You have to help him. Don't just eat, drink, and play. You'll ruin the reputation of our Langyi Academy." Dugu Qingmu was still worried and asked, "Don't worry. Your grandfather was actually killed by Miyamoto Geniki. Your father was also seriously injured. Master, don't worry. I also want to spar with the experts in Japan. I heard that they have ninjas or something. They're very powerful." Dugu Xiao was suddenly interested. He patted his chest and said with exultation. However, he found that his master had already hung up the phone, which made Dugu Xiao feel a little disappointed. However, he was still a teenager after all. He quickly put this emotion to the back of his mind. This kid was like a curious baby. He kept asking Jiang Tian all kinds of questions. He kept calling him Brother Chu, which made Jiang Tian feel very helpless. "Jinling, Fu Long Mountain Villa. Mistress, I saw news on the dark web that Mr. Jiang has fallen. Is this true?" Hua Qingtian, Zhao Yuankuan, Wei Feilong, and many other martial arts and sorcery experts gathered. They looked at Zhao Xueqing, who was sitting at the head of the table, with furrowed brows and solemn expressions. Ever since they became acquainted with Jiang Tian, they all obtained natural luck, their cultivation all increasing to different degrees. It could be said that Jiang Tian was their benefactor, a deity. Now that they heard this news, they all panicked. "This is fake news. Because an old friend of my husband's destroyed the Great Mountain and several other Japanese patrol ships around the Jiaoyu Islands, it caused an uproar in Japan. Someone needed to take responsibility, and Jiang Tiankai stood up for her and was escorted to Japan." Zhao Xueqing had already received Jiang Tian's satellite phone call and said calmly. In the Japanese martial arts world, he was a legend. This was a myth. His status was equivalent to Huaxia's guardian, Yi Tianren. Although Wang Chongyan was a grandmaster of the older generation, he had yet to step into the divine realm. Compared to him, the difference was too great. As for Yi Zhantian, Xiao Bin, and Lin Zhenyu, compared to him in terms of seniority, the difference in strength was even greater. Although Jiang Tian was very powerful, he had just stepped into the immortal state not long ago. He might even be half a step into the immortal state. It was hard to say who would win this battle. Hong Ye's hands trembled slightly. He frowned and said, "Mistress, Master Kang's strength is earth-shattering. However, I heard that there are 4 major shrines in Japan. Each of them is guarded by a onmyoji and a shikigami. These onmyoji's strength is not inferior to that of a Taoist master. If Master Khan goes in alone, he will be attacked from both sides. I'm afraid he won't be able to fight against so many. My husband has considered all these aspects. However, he is 100% confident. You don't have to worry. Zhao Xueqing nodded and smiled gently. What I'm worried about is that my husband and I have killed many people in Jinling. I'm afraid they will still hold a grudge against us. Will the news of my husband's death attract the attention of many powerful people in the dark world? It's very possible. These forces are all cruel, bloodthirsty, and ruthless people. At the same time, they value their reputation very much. I'm afraid that they will only be able to hold their heads high if they come to Jinling and cause trouble. Hua Qingtian's expression was solemn as he agreed. That's what I think too. I hope that everyone can lend a hand to the Jiang clan. Zhao Xueqing grabbed the top of the little monkey's head and smiled gently. However, my husband thinks that all of you are in a high position and have a big family. It's inconvenient for us to trouble you. He strictly ordered me not to disturb you. However, I still hope that if possible, you can send a few disciples to protect the Jiang family. Zhao Xueqing's words were very polite and appropriate. Everyone in the Heaven Alliance was touched. Mistress, you are too polite. Zhao Yuankuan patted his chest and said, during the bloodbath in Jinling, that old thief Qiaobin happened to invade China. We were ordered to split up and chase after him. This bunch of dark world bastards took advantage of us. How can we miss this opportunity? Yes, once you join the Heaven Alliance, you will be a Heaven Alliance member forever. It's our honor to be able to serve Master Khan. We will call our disciples over to guard the Jiang family strictly. These little bastards from the dark world dare to target the Jiang family. They must be tired of living. Do they think that the Heaven Alliance is useless? Yes, this time, we must make sure that they don't return. We must wipe them out in Huaxia. Many of the Heavenly Alliance's members felt their blood boiling and their heroism soaring to the sky. They patted their chests loudly and rubbed their fists and palms with murderous intent. Yes, then let's discuss how to set up the defense. The Jiang family's business is very big now, and we really need a lot of people. Zhao Xueqing fed the little monkey a grape and nodded with satisfaction. After everyone finished discussing, they split up and took action. Zhao Xueqing called Wei Feilong over and smiled politely. Mr. Wei, how much do you know about the Condor team? Condor team? Wei Feilong had a deep fear on his face. He bowed and said, the Condor team has been developing rapidly in recent years. After he finished his introduction, Zhao Xueqing nodded and said, okay, you investigate in detail and give me the relevant information. Yes, mistress. Wei Feilong bowed respectfully and asked carefully, Mistress, why are you suddenly interested in this organization? This group of people seems to have bad intentions towards my husband. I want to talk to them. If they are obedient, then I will let it go. Zhao Xueqing smiled faintly and said, if they don't listen to my kind words and dare to play tricks again, I will kill them all. Lin Zhou, Tang family, Crouching Dragon Villa. Tang Linglong, who was wearing pajamas, had a broken face. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her delicate lips were cracked. She looked very haggard. Although Jiang Tian was responsible for the Great Mountain incident and she was not convicted, she had been dismissed from the army. In fact, Chao Shixiang cherished Tang Linglong very much. He knew that she was a rare talent and had been mediating for her for many days. However, the Condor team was too powerful. Many big shots and departments had joined forces to pressure them. Chao Shixiang's many protests were useless. He had no choice but to give them an explanation and appease the anger of the higher-ups. At the very least, she had to be shelved for a period of time. She could only be appointed after the situation calmed down. Master, could it be that he's already dead? However, when she saw the news on the dark web, her head buzzed, and she almost fainted. This can't be true. Master is like a god. How can he be dead? Tang Linglong could not believe it. She wiped her tears and scrolled the mouse, carefully reading the many discussions on the dark web. I caused Master's death. Gradually, she believed it. She felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. It was so painful that even breathing became difficult. Her pair of beautiful eyes seeped out large drops of tears, painfully clutching her chest, wailing loudly, tears falling like rain. I want to avenge Master. I want to destroy the Condor team. I want to destroy Beidasheng. I want to flatten the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society. Suddenly, she stood up, and her beautiful face suddenly became cold and solemn. She gnashed her teeth to the point they almost shattered, and a murderous aura surged from her body as she hurriedly rushed out of the door. At this moment, her heart was filled with pain, regret, and guilt, as if there were 100,000 steel knives stirring at the same time. If she had not been reckless and caused trouble, her master would not have to suffer for her. He would not have been schemed against by the Condor team and killed by the Japanese. Her master had taught her cultivation techniques and brought her, an ordinary person, on the path of cultivation. She had the power of a transcendent master and seen the picturesque landscape of the world. Their friendship was as deep as the ocean. But what about her? She was arrogant and willful. She wanted to die just because of a trivial matter between a man and a woman. She caused her master to die an unnatural death. I will never see Master again in this life. The meeting at the Ningbo naval base was a farewell. She could not let go of this regret and guilt. It made Tang Linglong suffer. In the end, it turned into a monstrous hatred. Only by destroying the Condor team and the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society could she be appeased. If you don't repay your master, you are worse than a beast. If you don't kill your enemies, you are not a man. Linglong, come back. What are you doing? At the door, Tang Guozhu leaned on his walking stick and scolded sternly. Grandpa. Master was killed. Tang Linglong was stunned at first. Then, she threw herself into her grandpa's arms and cried loudly. So, you want to avenge your master? Your cultivation is still too low. You are courting death. Tang Guozhu patted his granddaughter's shoulder lovingly and said earnestly. Grandpa, so be it. Master is already dead. I would rather die than live. If I die, I won't have to suffer like this anymore. Tang Linglong cried herself hoarse. She was out of breath and almost fainted. She was weak all over and finally collapsed to the ground. Linglong, tell me, your feelings for Jiang Tian are. Tang Guozhu was old and shrewd. He had already seen some clues. Grandpa, I love Master. I want to give my all, my best, to him. I want to love him, and pity him with everything I have. Tang Linglong's limbs spasmed and twitched. I know he has a wife, and Sister Qing'er is very, very good to me. It is immoral for me to have such feelings for Master. I am sorry for Sister Qing'er, but I can't control it. I can't control my love for Master. She wept like a helpless child, like a cuckoo weeping blood or a ziggurat wailing. Every word was heart-wrenching and depressing. If I can, I am willing to sacrifice 20 or 30 years of my life in exchange for being Master's lover. Even if it's for a day, even if it's for an hour, it will be enough. My poor child, I really wish you didn't know Jiang Tian back then. Tang Guozhu felt sorry for his granddaughter. He sat on the ground and hugged her, tears running down his face. No, I never regret knowing him. It's just fate. When I met him, he was already married and had Sister Qing'er. I regret not meeting him before marriage. Tang Linglong choked with tears. Chapter 4:15. Let the flowers bloom and wilt. Tang Guozhu was more than 80 years old after all. He had seen through many things clearly and earnestly said, "Don't worry. Life is not as smooth as you want. Ling Long, you need to have an indifferent and tranquil state of mind. Everything is useless now. My master is dead. And I'm the one who killed him." Tang Linglong smiled sadly as tears rolled down her cheeks again. Despair engulfed her body and mind. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Her master was dead. Her heart was broken. He was dead. Tang Guozhu sighed and pondered for a long time before he said helplessly, "Ling Long, let me tell you the truth. Your master is not dead." "How? How is that possible?" "There's news on the dark web. The Cherry Blossom Society even posted a picture of my master's body." Tang Linglong was dumbfounded. "What does the picture look like?" "It's been burned to ashes. I can't see it clearly." "That's your master's trick. Zhao Xueqing just called and told me the truth." Finally, Tang Guozhu told her what happened. "I see," Tang Linglong nodded and smiled through her tears. "I knew it. My master is so powerful. How could a few Japanese be his match? I'll go to Japan and help my master." "No, don't go." Tang Guozhu frowned and said seriously, "She told you not to feel guilty and not to blame yourself. You should work hard and don't forget your master's expectations of you. You are Jiang Tian's only disciple. But I want to fight side by side with my master. Besides, I've already retired. I'm completely free." Tang Linglong argued. "You're only as powerful as a transcendent master. Are you a match for the immortal state overlords in Japan? Is there anything you can do?" Tang Guozhu slammed his walking stick on the ground and said gently, "Ling Long, do you know why Jiang Tian chose Zhao Xueqing? Why? Didn't they get married on a blind date? No one wanted my master back then." Tang Linglong said. Cough cough, Tang Guozhu awkwardly coughed, "You can't be a vase if you want to be Kong Teichu's woman." What was Zhao Xueqing called herself now? In Huaxia's martial arts world, she is known as the supreme beauty of the world. "Grandpa, are you saying that if I become stronger, I will be worthy of my master?" Tang Linglong asked. "Yeah." Tang Guozhu was at his wit's end. He could only let her immerse herself in cultivation and calm her mind. Otherwise, if she went to Japan, who knew how much trouble she would bring to Jiang Tian. But, that Tanjundao Palace's palace master, Li Jinju, doesn't seem to be very powerful. Why does master also like her? Tang Linglong said. Tanjuan's lineage. The palace lord of the Dao Palace. The Tanyungdao Palace is the symbol of South Korea's national spirit. At least in South Korea, it is equivalent to the long history of Huaxia. How is that not powerful? Tang Guozhu said. Oh. Tang Linglong sat there, and her eyes became firm. So, master does not like Li Jinju for her looks. He likes her because she is strong enough. That's right. Only the strongest is worthy of master. As for me, I can only be a burden to him right now. Jiang Tian likes Li Jinju, what's going on? Suddenly, Tang Guozhu asked curiously. Don't worry about it, I'm going to cultivate. Tang Linglong excitedly rushed into the room and sat down cross-legged, holding her breath. She swore in her heart. Master, I want to surpass Sister Qing'er and Li Jinju. I want to become a strong person and be worthy of you. I want to be your woman. Even if I die, even if I go berserk, even if I have to go through hell, I will not be afraid. Take your time. Let master age slowly. Wait for me to break out of my cocoon and become a butterfly. After a few days of sailing. Finally, they arrived at Fukuoka Prefecture. This was one of the largest cities in Kyushu. It was also a port. It was also a famous industrial center in Japan. At this time, on a brightly lit wharf, Nomiya Shrine's high priest Anpei Yashihei led many kendo masters, onmyojis, ninjas, as well as Kyushu's famous tycoons and high-ranking officials. They gathered here. They raised their heads in anticipation, happily waiting for the triumphant return of Ishii Yulien and the other two masters. In addition, there were dozens of top researchers from Imperial University, Tokyo University, and Waseda University. There was even a Nobel Prize winner in biology. They formed a Human Evolution and Potential Research Group supported by the Mitsui Consortium. They planned to cut Jiang Tian's body into pieces and study it. The road next to the pier was filled with black Lexus and police cars, forming a long black line that stretched for several miles. It was an astonishing sight. Many Yamaguchi-gumi's Kyushu branch in black suits and Japanese police officers with loaded guns were maintaining order. They were strictly guarding the wharf. No one was allowed to come close. At this time, a long siren sounded. The Daytonia had docked. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ishii Yurin led a dozen people to carry a body on a stretcher and walked quickly to the wharf. Lord Anpei, Nomiya Shrine played a big part in killing Kong Taechu. A president of the Mitsui group bowed respectfully to Ampere Yashihira, as if he was a believer in the presence of a god. Yeah, Nomiya Shrine is the guardian of Kyushu. I didn't expect them to kill Kong Taechu. The mayor of Fukuoka said with a smile. What's so great about Kong Taechu? He had just reached the immortal state. Hattori Hanzo was an immortal-level ninja and Nagaki Miyamoto was one of the top 5 kendo masters in Japan. They were equal to 2 immortal state warriors. Anpei Yashihei wore a black hat and a loose robe. His old face was full of arrogance and disdain. He sneered, let's not talk about Kong Taechu. In fact, the entire cultivation world of Wuxia is no match for Japan. They are just a bunch of ants. During the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty, people were prohibited from carrying swords and fighting in the ring. Those who violated the law would be punished severely. Death in the ring would be treated as murder. After all this, Wuxia's martial arts had declined. That's why they were called the sick man of East Asia. After another 10 years of turmoil in the Four Olds movement, Wuxia's masters of sorcery were either killed or killed. Many precious books were burned to the ground, and the school of sorcery was cut off. There was no successor. On the other hand, our swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and yin-yang jutsu are flourishing. With this, we will catch up. Yes, the Sakura Kai and the 4 major shrines of Japan are our national beliefs. Ninjutsu, kendo, and yin-yang jutsu are our national treasures. The government has given us great support in terms of manpower and wealth. The mayor of Fukuoka said because we understand that the weakness of the people will lead to the weakness of the nation and the country. You must know that a group of sheep without any fighting spirit and only know how to sing praises will not be able to resist the invasion of tigers and wolves. Whether it is in terms of ideology or physique, weakening the people is destroying yourself. Do you really think you have killed Kong Taechu? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. 2 silhouettes shot out from the great East Asia like whistling arrows. What? This is Kong Taechu. Why isn't he dead? Many Japanese exclaimed. They shielded Abe Jipping and the other rich people as they took a few steps back. With a flash of cold light, Ishii Yurin pulled out her katana and scolded, kneel down and surrender, and I will spare your lives. Ishii Yurin, you dare to betray us? From now on, you are no longer the president. Kill her. The president of the Yamaguchi-gumi Kyushu branch, Hashimoto Takashi, pointed at Ishii Yurin and shouted in anger. Many members were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand the situation. Because they didn't know Jiang Tian. They also didn't know why Hashimoto Takashi suddenly announced this order. This was going against his superiors. Kill them. Ampere Jipping understood everything in just a few seconds. His white eyebrows trembled as he roared loudly. His order was effective. Because the major forces in Kyushu, such as Kendo Nitten Ryu, North Star One Blade School, Heiga Ryu Ninjas, and Yamaguchi-gumi were all worshipped by Nomiya Shrine. As the Grand Priest of Nomiya Shrine, he could influence the selection and appointment of Yamaguchi-gumi. His words naturally carried weight. In an instant, more than 20 gunmen pulled out their pistols and pulled the trigger at Jiang Tian, Dugu Shao, and Ishii Yuren. Bullets poured out like rain. The gunmen's faces were ferocious. It was as if they wanted to turn Jiang Tian and the others into sieves. Bang! Jiang Tian opened his hand. Sogo of 10,000 gold performed the mystic art and controlled all the metal elements. Hundreds of bullets flew out at the same speed as the bullets. Puff, 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 puff. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, blood spurted out and dozens of people fell to the ground. All of them were shot into sieves and died a violent death. Some of them even had their heads and chests blown open. They died without a complete body. Suddenly, the remaining Yamaguchi-gumi members were scared out of their wits. They scattered in all directions. This man was like a demon. He was like a shikigami. How could he make the bullets fly out and kill people? Was he a human? A demon? Master Shao is here. Eat my blade. Eat my blade again. Dugu Shao screamed and jumped into the crowd with a katana in his hand. The katana danced in the air, cutting down and killing anyone in sight. His strength was comparable to a half-step immortal state warrior. His attack was 5 or 6 meters long and sharp. The blade chi was extremely condensed and sharp. It was far beyond the true chi of an ordinary martial artist. It could easily kill a kendo master. In an instant, it was a one-sided massacre. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Many East Asians fell into a pool of blood one after another. They were having a great time killing. Shao, don't worry about those bastards. Kill that old man. He is the Grand Priest of Nomiya Shrine. Jiang Tian pointed at Jipping, who was running away, and said coldly. Is that so? This old man has such a powerful background. Dugu Shao let out a strange laugh. His body was as strong as a dragon. He climbed up and rushed toward Jipping. Chapter 4:16. The Yin-Yang Masters were not even as powerful as Huaxia's Dharma spell masters. Although they were not physically strong, Huaxia's Dharma spell masters were able to protect themselves at the induction, entry level, and ethereal enlightenment levels. The Dharma spells of the Talisman sect, the Five Elements sect, the Spell sect, and the Heavenly Master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain were especially powerful. Regardless of the sect, once a cultivator reached the Tao body level, they would have an immortal body and would be as powerful as an immortal state martial arts master. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Masters relied on their shikigami to attack and kill. They had very few means of self-defense. Looking at it this way, they were more like witchcraft or gu experts who could drive gods and spirits away. Similarly, they relied on external objects. After leaving the shrine and their spirit-branded retainers, they were no different from ordinary people who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Therefore, the moment the battle broke out, Onpei Jipping fled in a panic under the protection of many Japanese masters, gang members, and police officers. His wooden clogs were long gone, and his high hat had fallen off. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar who had been chased away by the street. It was a pitiful sight. At the same time, hundreds of Japanese police officers rushed in from both sides. They were holding assault rifles and riot shields. They half knelt on the ground and aimed their assault rifles and sniper rifles at Jiang Tian and the others. The leader of the police officers even held a megaphone and shouted in broken Chinese, you have been surrounded, please put down your weapons and surrender. Put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill you immediately. Damn, there are too many guns. I don't think I can handle them all. Du Guxiao frowned. Seeing that Anpei Jiping had been stuffed into an explosion-proof car and was about to escape, Jiang Tian also lost his patience. He suddenly waved his right hand, and with a boom, a container weighing more than a few tons suddenly flew out from the side. In the whistling sound of the wind, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and slammed down toward the police officers. Oh my God! Many police officers were dumbfounded and horrified. They only had time to let out a cry of surprise before they were completely covered by the container and smashed into meat paste. None of them were able to escape. Streams of blood flowed out from the bottom of the container, like a stream of spring water, scarlet and glaring. Seeing this, Ishi Yulian was stunned. This is too amazing. I'm afraid it weighs 10 tons. Master is like a god. Wow, Brother Chu, you're so overbearing. Gudu Xiao was so excited that he was jumping up and down. Relying on your Dao Qi to control a 10-ton chest, this little brother's admiration for you is like the endless torrential river, like the overflowing yellow river that cannot be stopped. He had seen Hoshi's, the deer in the cauldron, on the ship and copied Dolong's lines. In fact, he had overestimated Jiang Tian's power. With Jiang Tian's current cultivation, if he didn't use any secret techniques, he wouldn't be able to move anything that weighed 10,000 pounds with just his Jin Yuan or pure physical strength. However, once he used the 1,000 gold swordsman's secret technique, it was completely different. He could control all metals with ease, as if he was using his own arm. That's enough, stop talking nonsense. I want to kill Anpei Jiping. Do as you see fit. Jiang Tian stepped on his flying sword and chased after Anpei Jiping, who was already in a car. Damn, Brother Novice has a flying sword. Du Guxiao chased after Jiang Tian while shouting, Brother Novice, you are amazing. According to Master, no one in the hidden sect has successfully made a flying sword for 200 years. Anpei Jiping was sitting in a speeding explosion-proof car. He was escaping from the Yamaguchi shrine. There were more than 10 police cars and Yamaguchi-gumi vehicles guarding him. There is a flying person in the sky. It's that Wuxia demon. My God, he can fly. Suddenly, someone noticed Jiang Tian, who was chasing after them in the air, and he immediately cried out in panic. Tens of meters in the air, Jiang Tian flew as fast as lightning. His speed was incomparably fast. How was he human? He was like a Superman. Fire! Fire the rocket launchers! The sunroofs of the 3 cars were opened. Several Japanese people set up 3 shoulder-mounted RPGs and fired at Jiang Tian. The others also smashed the car window with their guns and aimed at Jiang Tian. They pulled the trigger all the way to the end and fired bullets at Jiang Tian as if they were free. Did you bring a rocket launcher? Anpei Jiping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Jiang Tian through the glass window. Yes, although the police didn't have one, we Yamaguchi-gumi did. I didn't expect to use it. Hashimoto Takashi said. That's good. Even a Divine Realm expert can't withstand continuous fire from a rocket launcher. Kill him. Anpei Jiping said fiercely. In addition, the police helicopter is also dispatched. We need to use heavy weapons to deal with this demon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 rockets were shot at Jiang Tian with wisps of white smoke and a sharp whistling sound. These rockets belonged to the RPG-7 generation. They were individual anti-tank weapons and were often called recoilless guns. The grenade cover had a diameter of 93 mm and could penetrate 600 mm of armor plate. When the grenade head hit the target, under the pressure of the inner wall, the grenade's electronic program fuse generated enough voltage to ignite the detonator at the back of the projectile, igniting the explosive charge and producing a powerful hot air flow. The hot air flow broke through the armor plate and entered the car with a powerful force and violently expanded, causing a second explosion. The copper grenade cover was shattered into finger-sized and teardrop-sized molten liquid in the explosion. It was like a solid warhead that had a great destructive effect. Even a tank would be blown to pieces. The initial flight speed was also very terrifying. The initial flight speed was 176.8 meters per second. After flying for 10 m, the propellant engine ignited and the speed increased to 294 meters per second. Humph. You think you can kill me? Jiang Tian stepped on his flying sword and sneered. The black iron flying shuttle brought up a dazzling black light as it broke through the air. How terrifying was Jiang Tian's strength! Moreover, the black iron shuttle also had an acceleration array. Its speed was enough to break through the speed of sound. The black iron shuttle brought out a shrill sonic boom that resounded through the world. It was like a cruise missile that drew out a white turbulence in the air. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun. In the blink of an eye, it accurately shot a rocket. With a thunderous explosion, the copper explosive cover crumbled like paper. The lightning and the explosive exploded together, and a huge red flower with a radius of 10 meters bloomed in the air. The boiling hot liquid flew in the air, and the buildings on both sides of the road trembled violently. The glass windows were shattered, and a few pieces of the walls collapsed. The remaining 2 rockets were also shot at Jiang Tian, only a few hundred meters away from Jiang Tian. Break! Break! Jiang Tian stepped on the little black flying sword and raised his eyebrows. He shouted and activated his divine sense. The black iron shuttle that was floating in the air shot out 2 more times. Boom! Boom! 2 beautiful fireballs exploded in the air. One of them was close to the ground. Instantly, a few cars that were parked on the road were lifted into the air and fell heavily on the ground, turning into a few twisted iron lumps. How is this possible? Oh my God, is he still human? What weapon is he using? It's so powerful and so accurate. It can actually intercept the rocket. Many Japanese were dumbfounded. They were like clay sculptures and even forgot to shoot or load the rockets. Damn, Brother Novice is really awesome. What kind of magic weapon is that? It can even intercept the rockets. Du Gushao was completely convinced. He originally thought that Jiang Tian was an expert from the secular world. No matter how strong he was, he would only be on par with him. After all, he was an expert from Langyi Academy who had countless cultivation resources. The cultivation resources of the secular world could not be compared to the Yin sect. But now, he realized that Jiang Tian's strength was definitely far beyond his own. He might even be on par with his master. Run! Run! Ampere Jipping was shocked and regretful. He should not have left Nomiya Shrine. Now, he was being chased around. Before this, many Japanese thought that they could kill Jiang Tian with their rockets. So, they slowed down a little. Of course, they also thought that the lower the speed, the higher the accuracy of their shots. But now, they were like rabbits being chased by a pack of wolves. They sped up to the limit and ran for their lives. Whoosh! Under the control of Jiang Tian's divine sense, the black iron shuttle drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a clang, it easily pierced through the special steel plate on the explosion-proof car roof. The bulletproof glass, which was harder than steel, shattered like paper. Whoosh! After the black iron shuttle smashed the driver's body from top to bottom, it did not slow down. It pierced through the chassis of the explosion-proof car and stabbed into the asphalt road. Like an iron nail, it firmly nailed the explosion-proof car to the road. The tail of the shuttle was sticking out of the car roof and was still trembling. Ampere Jipping was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly opened the car door. Under the protection of several Japanese experts, he hurriedly ran into an alley, trying to escape Jiang Tian's pursuit. "All right, stop running." Suddenly, with an incomparably majestic shout, a figure blocked their way. It was Jiang Tian. "Kong Te Chu, if I was in the shrine, with the help of my Shikigami, you would never be my opponent." Ampere Jipping roared unwillingly. "Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance." Jiang Tian smiled indifferently and stretched out his hand. A tremendous attractive force pulled Enpeiji over. Jiang Tian grabbed Enpeiji's neck with one hand and pulled out a green bamboo flute from Enpeiji's waist with the other hand. This was the Dharma artifact he used to control his Shikigami, the soul guiding flute. "You can go to hell now." The next moment, Jiang Tian twisted his hand. With a crisp crack, blood spurted out as Ampere Jipping's neck was crushed into pieces. Ampere Jipping's head tilted to one side as he fell to the ground, dead. One of the 4 Japanese Onmyojis, the Grand Priest of Nomiya Shrine, Ampere Jipping, was dead. "Master Kong, please spare our lives." Seeing this scene, the other Japanese experts were so scared that they prostrated themselves on the ground and begged for mercy. Jiang Tian dared to kill Ampere Jipping. This was too domineering. How could they not be afraid? At this time, Ishii Yulian and Dugu Xiao had caught up. Jiang Tian asked calmly, "Who has the highest status?" "The mayor of Fukuoka, and the vice president of Mitsui Corporation, Mitsui Sho." Ishii Yulian pulled the 2 out. "Ah Xiao, kill the rest." Jiang Tian said coldly. "It's great to work for a novice." Dugu Xiao laughed strangely and didn't give the others any time to react. His katana swept across the ground like mercury. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams were heard. A dozen people fell to the ground, dead. Not a single one was left alive. "Let's go." Jiang Tian didn't bother to look at the corpses. He left after saying that. Chapter 4:17. That night, Jiang Tian and Dugu Xiao stayed in Ishii Imperial Lotus's mansion called Shimizu at the foot of Mount Fuji. "Wow, this chandelier is so shiny, it's blinding my eyes." Dugu Xiao was stunned by the luxurious decoration as soon as he entered the house. The pure oak floor was spotless and shiny. The Persian cashmere carpet made one feel as if they were stepping on clouds. The LCD plasma TV took up more than half of the background wall. The leather sofa was handmade by an Italian craftsman. Priceless antique paintings hung on the wall, and there was a charming sandalwood scent in the air. TSK, this bathtub can be used as a swimming pool. This bed is heart-shaped. It's so romantic. Is this a massage chair? Interesting, it can move on its own. Sister Lien is really good at enjoying life. Dugu Xiao was like a country bumpkin, jumping around excitedly, touching here and there, looking at all the rooms. He would definitely try out anything new that he came across. This sofa is so bouncy. Finally, he sat down on the leather sofa, stretched his waist, and was overjoyed. "Bro, why are you so calm?" Dugu Xiao looked at the expressionless Jiang Tian and asked, "Your family is very rich, right? Anyway, I have a lot of these kinds of villas." Jiang Tian smiled faintly, too lazy to explain. "If I go down the mountain early, I would have bought a few already." Dugu Xiao rolled his eyes, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, found a Chinese channel, and watched it with great interest. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do next?" Ishii Imperial Lotus asked solemnly while making tea for the 2. "With this soul-guiding flute, we should be able to summon the 3 Shikigami of Nomiya Shrine, right?" Jiang Tian stroked the green flute and smiled faintly. "Of course, but you must be a grand priest." If you don't worship them, they won't listen to your orders. They might even fight with you. Ishii Imperial Lotus's face turned pale, and his hands trembled. He looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Master Kong, what are you trying to do? Since we already have the soul guiding flute, they won't be able to control the Shikigami. In that case, we should avoid them and go directly to Momoi Aitaro or Miyamoto Geniki, instead of the Shikigami. Jiang Tian said indifferently, my physical body is already very strong now, but my spiritual power is relatively lagging behind. I want to absorb and refine those 3 Shikigami to strengthen my spiritual power. At that time, my spiritual power will condense into a blade that can cut through steel and annihilate divine souls. That will be the true power of my words, the true power of my words. On the path of cultivation, one's physique, physical body, cultivation methods, spirit, and magical artifacts were indispensable. It was best to advance in these aspects simultaneously. Otherwise, the one that lagged behind would form shackles and restrictions on the overall combat strength. Now that Jiang Tian had cultivated the gunmetal divine body, his physical body was incomparably strong, but his consciousness was relatively weak. In the eyes of others, the 3 Shikigami of Nomiya Shrine had gathered the power of faith of millions of believers for decades. Their mental strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. But in the eyes of Jiang Tian, these 3 Shikigami were rare resources for cultivation. They were incomparably delicious to strengthen one's consciousness. What? Absorb and refine the Shikigami? How is this possible? Ishii Imperial Lotus was tongue-tied. He couldn't believe it. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. I have more than 10 million cultivation methods to cultivate my mental strength. I have my own way. Let's rest for a night and go to Nomiya Shrine tomorrow. Jiang Tian sipped his tea and stood up. He glanced at Duguxiao and said, Duguxiao, aren't you going to rest? No, I want to watch TV. Go to sleep. This is so interesting. Duguxiao stared at the TV and waved his hand. He was amused by the retarded variety show and laughed like an idiot. Before he went down the mountain, the most advanced modern appliance he had seen in the past 18 years was the flashlight. Now that he saw such a big TV, it was colorful, bright, and high definition, how could he still walk? He planned to stay up all night and focus on watching TV. He had to satisfy his craving. Too lazy to pay attention to the horrified Ishii Imperial Lotus, Jiang Tian went back to his room and sat down on the leather sofa. His eyes shot out beams of light. He stroked the soul-guiding flute and sighed. This is not an ordinary awakening Dharma artifact. It is made of soul-guiding bamboo. It can swallow, refine and control all mental strength. Soul-guiding bamboo, also known as Empyrean bamboo, was a rare material even in the cultivation realm. This kind of bamboo could naturally absorb mental strength. Ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, and even the divine souls of the great sage would have to avoid it. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed by this bamboo. But the Ampere family had made it into a Dharma artifact to awaken the Shikigami. It was a complete waste. Maybe these Shikigami found out that Ampere Jipping didn't know how to use soul-guiding bamboo, so they wouldn't be swallowed if they stayed away. I can't waste it. Let me draw some runes and make it into a real soul-swallowing flute. Jiang Tian thought for a while and his eyes lit up. He immediately formed a Genjin Qi weapon and carefully drew it on the flute. Kong Teichu is not dead. High Priest Ampere Jipping was killed by Kong Teichu. Mitsui Sho and the mayor of Fukuoka were captured alive. The news spread like a hurricane across the entire Japanese cultivation realm. Many kendo experts, ninjas, and onmyoges were alarmed. The news then spread to the upper echelons of the Sakura Kai and spread to the entire East Asia. There were hundreds of people present at the battle on the pier of Fukuoka. Although Jiang Tian and Dugu Xiao killed almost 200 people, there were still some witnesses who managed to escape. Moreover, Jiang Tian chased after Ampere Jipping in the downtown area. There were many surveillance cameras and witnesses, and they had taken videos. This news could not be hidden at all. Kong Taechu is too powerful and cunning. He killed Hattori Hanzo, Nagaki Miyamoto, and even Ishii Yurin. He purposely lured Lord Ampere Jipping away from the Nomiya shrine to the pier of Fukuoka. He couldn't even use 1/10 of his power. He could only be killed. Some experts analyzed the details and gritted their teeth. They hated Kong Taechu to the core. Yeah, Kong Taechu is too despicable. He pretended to be dead. Now that the Japanese government has made a statement and Huaxia has washed their hands of responsibility, it's impossible to suppress Kong Taechu through Huaxia. Some tycoons were trembling with anger. That's right, the Prime Minister has already made a statement. If he goes back on his words, where is the dignity of the country? Our international reputation will be greatly damaged. Some politicians were so depressed that they vomited blood. So now it can only be a matter between Japan and Kong Taechu. Huaxia has already completed their mission. Someone analyzed. Ishii Yurin should be killed. She must have revealed High Priest Ampere's weakness. That's why she was killed by Kong Taechu in one blow. If Kong Taechu was lured into the Nomiya shrine, how could he be a match for those powerful Shikigami? Some people cursed indignantly. They wanted to chop Kong Taechu and Ishii Yurin into pieces and feed them to the dogs. What do we do now? Nomiya shrine has been completely annihilated. Who else can suppress Kong Taechu? As soon as this voice came out, many people who were paying attention to the situation were surprised. Although Jiang Taichu was very cunning and sinister, there were too many experts who had died in Jiang Taichu's hands. His strength could be seen at a glance. Inside the Tanjun Dojo, Grand Yin Yang Master Ampere Clear Sky was one of the top 10 Grand Yin Yang Masters in Japan with the power of the new Shinigami Ingo. Miyamoto Takeo was a Nitin first-rate Kendo Master and was one of the top 10 Kendo Masters in Japan. Yagyu Masahiro was a high-level ninja of the Heiga Ryu. He could control the Earth Element Ninja and turn it into an attack. However, all three of them were easily killed by Kong Taechu. Ingo was even stomped into a pulp by Kong Taechu. On the Great East Asia, Nagaru Miyamoto was the master of the Nitin first-rate Kendo Master and one of the top 5 Kendo Masters in Japan. Hattori Hanzo was the master of the Heiga Ninja sect and an immortal-level ninja. He could use the wind as a blade and his shield of ninja could withstand heavy machine gun fire. Ishii Yurin was the current leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi. He was proficient in ninjutsu, kendo, and yin-yang jutsu. He was also half a step away from the immortal level. However, he was no match for Kong Taechu. Moreover, there were even more shocking details. Jiang Taichu had already consumed the heart-scorching tea of 5 poisons and was bound by the dragon-snaring lasso on the Great East Asia, but he still managed to break free easily. One had to know that the dragon-snaring lasso was a Dharma artifact left behind by Jiang Zia, Abe Saimai of Japan. On the mangrove pier in Fukuoka, Anpei Jipping was killed again. It could be said that the entire Kyushu Island's cultivation community had suffered heavy losses. More than half of their experts had been lost, and the island had become unstoppable. This was a huge loss that the Dongyang people could not accept. Meanwhile, in a quiet room in the Nomiya shrine, many senior government officials, tycoons, and powerful cultivators had gathered. They had gathered here to celebrate the death of Kong Taechu. Red lanterns were hung high in the air, food and drinks were served, and even a traditional dance performance was prepared. Everyone was waiting for the good news. However, at this moment, they felt like they had been slapped in the face countless times. Their faces were filled with humiliation and anger. There were even more people who were uneasy and terrified. A kendo master couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and shouted, "Where is Kong Tae-chu now? Did he run away?" He didn't run away. A police officer sent by the Metropolitan Police Department said with a serious face. According to our surveillance system, he is now living in Ishii-Yurin's secret villa at the foot of Mount Fuji. Then what are we waiting for? All of us Kyushu Islands experts will go together and chop him into pieces. The kendo master said angrily. Also, we can send the police and the army to kill him with cannons. I don't believe that he can withstand it. He disregarded the power of Japan and killed our powerful cultivators. We can't let him do whatever he wants. No. He has captured the mayor of Fukuoka and an important member of the Mitsui family. The police officer from the Metropolitan Police Department said. Chapter 418. By then, the Grand Divine Priest Onpei Yashihei was already dead. His younger brother, the Deputy Divine Priest Onpei Masaru, was now in charge of the situation. Weapons of mass destruction are useless. We can only rely on the cultivation world. Feeling great psychological pressure, he said with a solemn face, "But he has already killed my elder brother and taken away the soul guiding flute. Even the 3 Shikigami can't use it. Now, I'm afraid that we are no match for Jiang Taichu." What? The soul guiding flute has been taken away. What does he want to do with it? Does he want to control the Shikigami? Someone exclaimed. That's impossible. Onpei Masaru was in his 60s. He was one of the top 10 onmyojis in Japan and his onmyojis had reached the peak. Hearing the question, he shook his head and said, "The soul guiding flute can only awaken the Shikigami, but it can only be used by the Onpei family to control and activate the Shikigami. He took away the soul guiding flute so that we can't awaken and activate the Shikigami. His idea is despicable and shameless, but he succeeded. Without the soul guiding flute, we can't activate the Shikigami. What should we do?" Many overlords, officials, and tycoons in Kyushu frowned and were at a loss of what to do. The leaders of the Sakura Society have already learned about this. We are on our way to help. While everyone was at a loss of what to do, a faint voice came from afar. A man in a white kendo outfit walked in slowly. This man looked to be in his 40s. His eyebrows were sharp, his skin was fair, his nose was straight, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. His long hair reached his shoulders, and he wore wooden clogs on his bare feet. But it just so happened that his figure was tall and straight like a sword, exuding a heroic aura, and he gave others a feeling of elegance, and restrained edge. As soon as the man in the white kendo outfit appeared, Onpei Masaru stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Momoi Rutaru, what brings you here?" This man was the current leader of the Japanese kendo school, the leader of the Japanese kendo grandmaster, the former number 4 on the dark roll, and the current president of the Sakura Society, Momoi Rutaru. In fact, he was already 70 years old, but his sword Dao was so heaven-defying that he actually showed signs of rejuvenation. At the same time, he was also one of the 3 sages of East Asia who had been conferred the title of Sword Sage by the Emperor. In terms of swordsmanship, his strength was second only to the old sword god Palace's origin. Mirror Heart Wise School was a kendo school on par with Nitten Ryu and Beichun One-Blade School. In the world of Japanese kendo, there were sayings such as, "Thousand Leaves of Technique, Palace of Strength," and, "Peach Well of Position." In other words, the Chiba family of the North Star One-Blade School relied on techniques, the Nitten Ichiryu relied on surging strength, and the Mirror Heart Wise School relied on sword momentum. The posture was very beautiful, and it had already become an art of killing. But actually, in terms of practicality, the Mirror Heart Wise School was actually far ahead of the other 2 schools. It was just that the posture was too beautiful, forming a unique characteristic. 20 years ago, Rotaro Momoi, who was only 20 years old, challenged many kendo schools and won every battle. He was able to suppress Nagaki Miyamoto and many other Ryu masters and was known as the most promising person to replace Genichi Miyamoto. 10 years ago, Wang Zhongyan of the Xingzhou Chinese Association tried to reach Japan and defeated many Japanese masters. In the end, Rotaro Momoi defeated Wang Zhongyan with one sword on Mount Fuji. Wang Zhongyan returned in defeat and limited his power to Southeast Asia. It was also after that battle that Rotaro Momoi was conferred the title of Sword Sage by the Emperor of Japan. His position in the world of Kendo was second only to Origin of Sword God Palace. And when Rotaro Momoi entered, many figures entered one after another. Abe Masaru's expression became more and more shocked. Kamo Yunwen, Sasaki Kaisha, Akaji Shin. Kamo Yunwen was the head of the Kamo family. He was also the grand priest of the Kamo shrine, the most symbolic and important shrine in Japan. Moreover, the Kamo family and the Abe family had a deep relationship. The ancestor of the Kamo family, Kamo Tadayuki, was Abe Saimai's master. If Abe Saimai, the ancestor of the Abe family, who was known as Jiang Zia of Japan, was the master of Japanese yin-yang technique and had carried it forward, then Kamo Tadayuki was the true origin of yin-yang technique. Therefore, the yin-yang technique of the Kamo family was more ancient and pure. It was a top-secret art passed down from the Edo period. Sasaki Kaisha was the descendant of Sasaki Kojiro, the great swordsman who was as famous as Miyamoto Musashi in Japanese kendo. She was also the only female kendo grand teacher in Japan. Some people compared her to First Madame Gongsun of the Tang dynasty in Huaxia. Akaji Shin was an S-level arcanist. He was born with the ability to control wood energy and activate plants to form attacks. At the same time, he was also an immortal-level ninja. Behind them were ninjas, yin-yang masters, and kendo masters from various families and sects, as well as arcanists secretly supported by the Japan Self-Defense Forces. There were more than a dozen of them. It could be said that more than half of Japan's Grand Masters and Immortal State Masters had gathered in this quiet room. These overlords were usually distributed in Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Hokkaido, Shikoku and other places. Each and every one of them was an existence that could suppress an entire region. They could make the tycoons lower their heads and earn the respect of high-ranking government officials. Now, all of them had come to the Nomiya Shrine to deal with Jiang Taichu alone. Are you all going to help Nomiya Shrine by defeating Kong Taichu? What do you think of the Sakura Kaisha Peak? After Abe Masaru and the other overlords sat down, they immediately bowed and asked anxiously. Kong Taichu is a real immortal state warrior. Momoi Rotaro sipped his tea and said, although the grand teacher of Japanese kendo, immortal-level ninja and grand onmyoji are said to be as powerful as immortal state warriors, they are not real immortal state warriors. A solemn look flashed across his handsome face. Even if we all attack together, we are not sure that we can defeat Kong Taichu. We can only deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to ourselves. Kong Taichu is so powerful. A real immortal state warrior. Is he more powerful than the grand teacher of kendo and immortal ninja? Yes, the grand teacher of kendo, immortal ninja and onmyoji are not real immortal state warriors. Hearing this, all the overlords on Kyushu, especially the members of Nomiya Shrine, were stunned. A real immortal state warrior can withstand artillery shells with his body, and his soul energy is so powerful that he can interfere with reality and speak the truth. May I ask, which one of you here can achieve that? Everyone was stunned by Momoi Rotaru's words. A deadly silence fell over the room. Then what should we do? Are we going to let him wreak havoc on Kyushu? This man is very ambitious. After taking down Nomiya Shrine, he might be able to conquer the entire Japan. The next moment, many overlords on Kyushu were anxious, especially Abe Masaru. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yes, we can't wait for such a bloodthirsty madman. We have to take the initiative to attack. Lord Momoi. Lord Momoi, everyone, the descendants of the Yamato people are a family. You can't just stand by and watch. The dignity of the Cherry Blossom Society is not to be offended. Momoi Rutaru smiled calmly and said, Lord Momoi Rutaru, we are not here for nothing. First of all, we hope that the members of the Miyamoto family will go to Tokyo with us and ask the Sword God to help us. What? Ask the Sword God to help us? He is already 150 years old. In his seat, Miyamoto Shinsan was startled and cried out. The Sword God, was the patriarch of the Miyamoto family 2 generations ago. He was also the 3rd patriarch of Nichiren Ryu and his great-grandfather. He had been living in seclusion on a hill in the suburbs of Tokyo for many years and had controlled the Cherry Blossom Society from afar. He was a real immortal state warrior. Of course, he could crush Kong Taechu, but if he failed, it would be a great blow to Japan. As the honorary president of the Cherry Blossom Society, he was the symbol of the spirit of Japan, second only to the emperor. As soon as Miyamoto Shinzo said this, he saw Momoi Rutaru, Aoki King, Sasaki Haisha, and other experts bowing to him. He knew that this was the common opinion of the Sakura Society's upper echelons, and he had no power to change it. Okay, I will go and meet my grandfather now. Seeing this, Miyamoto Shinzo could only nod and agree. Then, Momoi Rutaru's eyes became serious. He glanced at the overlords of the Miyamoto shrine and said, Second of all, Kamo Yunwen is controlling the 3 Shikigami of the Nozomiya shrine. I and many other overlords will help to protect them. Lord Momoi, the sole guiding flute has been lost. Can Kamo Yunwen control the 3 Shikigami? Hearing this, Abe Zorong's face suddenly turned ashen, and he screamed, feeling very unwilling. Shikigami were the biggest reliance of the Onmyoji family. Kamo Yunwen was controlling the 3 Shikigami of the Nozomiya shrine. Next, he would have to give up the position of Grand Priest and hand over the Nozomiya shrine to Kamo Yunwen. Then, the Abe family would become a second-rate family. Don't worry, Lord Momoi. I have my own way. Kamo Yunwen smiled coldly. The Kamo family was the origin of Japanese Onmyoji. Abe Saimai had also learned Onmyoji from the Kamo family. However, in the eyes of the Japanese, the Abe family was even more powerful than the Kamo family. This time, Abe Shinzo's death had given him a chance to take control of the Nozomiya shrine. If Kong Taechu dared to offend the Nozomiya shrine, he would step on Kong Taechu's corpse to establish his authority and become the #1 Onmyoji family in Japan. I have received a secret report. Kong Taechu's next stop is Nozomiya shrine. Momoi Rutaru said. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone's faces were filled with fear and shock. It was a sleepless night. Many overlords and overlords of the Japanese cultivation world were heading to Kyushu to gather at the Nozomiya shrine. They were discussing and plotting secretly. Undercurrents were surging, and there were many arrangements. However, the cycle of the sun and the moon continued. A few hours passed in a blink of an eye. The sun rose from the horizon and shone down 1,000 rays of golden light. On Kyushu Island, halfway up Tori Mountain, on the mountain path leading to Nomiya Shrine, there was a wide platform with lush greenery. The scenery was pleasant. Sword-dispelling platform. Everyone had to remove their katanas and weapons on the platform before they could continue up the mountain to worship at the Nozomiya Shrine. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. On the sword-dispelling platform, Sword Sage Momoi Rutaru, Sasaki Aisha and Lord Akaji stood upright like unsheathed swords and looked down at the foot of the mountain. A large number of Japanese overlords stood in the forest and on the rocks to watch the battle. They wanted to see how powerful Kong Taechu was. Sword Sage, will Kong Taechu really come here? Sasaki Aisha frowned and asked seriously. Chapter 419. She looked to be in her 30s. She had a beautiful face and a cold temperament. Her beautiful eyes were clear and sharp. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She was dressed in a neat white kendo robe. She looked valiant and exuded a sharp aura. She was like a peerless swordswoman who had walked out of a warrior novel. Kong Tae-chu is a cultivator of both Dharma spells and martial arts. Why would he want to take away the soul-guiding flute? Momoi Rotaru said lightly. Is he trying to steal the Shikigami? How is that possible? Can he control it? Sasaki Kaisha asked in surprise. He is here. Before Momoi Rotaru had time to explain, his expression suddenly changed slightly. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the three figures on the mountain path like arrows. They are so fast. Akaji Shin's face changed drastically as he exclaimed. Two of the figures shot toward them like whistling arrows. They could cross hundreds of meters in one leap. At this speed, it would only take them 3 minutes to reach them. Wuxia guests from afar, please come here for a rest. Momoi Rotaru exhaled. His voice was like raging waves beating the shore, pushing down horizontally and echoing in the mountains for a long time. He is here. Could it be that he really took the soul-guiding flute for the sake of his Shikigami? At that moment, many Japanese overlords also noticed Jiang Tian's figure. Their expressions changed drastically as they were shocked. Hehe, are you here to kill me? Then be prepared to be killed. Wash your neck and wait for me to chop it off. A powerful voice blasted into the sky like a heavy cannon. Every note shot into the sky like a cannonball and collided with Momoi Rotaru's sound waves. The two sound waves met in the mountains. Instantly, it was as if an invisible explosion had occurred. The trees shook violently, the mountain rocks rolled, and the feathers of the birds in the mountains fluttered. They fell to the ground one after another. They were actually turned into meat paste by the violent sound waves. I have heard that Master Kong is a cultivator of both Dharma spells and martial arts. He is very powerful. Today, I have seen it with my own eyes. Momoi Rotaru's face showed a hint of admiration, but his eyes were serious. He knew that this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced in his life. Perhaps even he would not be able to suppress Kong Tae-chu. Only if everyone worked together would they have a chance of killing this person. Jiang Tian said this in Japanese. In the next moment, his body suddenly rose to a height of several hundred meters. Then, he stepped on the air and crossed a distance of 200 to 300 meters with each step. He landed on the sword-dispelling platform in just 3 steps. The incantation of truth from his mouth was the law. Walking in the air, 100 meters in 1 step. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many Japanese experts changed, and they were shocked. Even in Japan, where cultivation was flourishing, the number of people who could perform this kind of movement technique and speed could be counted on 2 hands. Even if a young man in his early 20s was extremely talented, and even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was still inconceivable that he could comprehend such a great divine ability at such a young age. This person must be a monster. That's right. Today, everyone will swarm forward and fight side by side. We will work together to slay the evil. It's best to keep his divine soul and let Master Kamo refine him into a new Shikigami to serve Japan. Many Japanese people whispered to each other and gritted their teeth. They looked at Jiang Tian with hostility. Damn Chinese pig. You don't know what's good for you. The one who will die today will be you. How dare you be so rude to the sword sage? You deserve to die. Wuxia people are just a bunch of ants. Ants should have the self-awareness of ants. You have killed too many Japanese. Kneel on the ground and commit suicide to atone for your sins. If you commit suicide, we might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, hehe, some hot-tempered Japanese experts even pointed at Jiang Tian and shouted angrily. Even though they knew that Jiang Tian was very strong, their prejudice against Huaxia would not change. In history, the cultivation world of the two countries had many bloody impulses. In their bones, they looked down on Huaxia people and viewed Huaxia people as an inferior race. So what if Kong Taichu was strong? He had defeated Nomiya Shrine, destroyed several Japanese patrol ships, and killed many Japanese experts. He had already committed a capital offense. Today, he had even attacked Nomiya Shrine and dared to speak so arrogantly in front of the Sword Sage. He was extremely arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the president of the Sakura Society, Momoi Rutoru's status was too high. Even if the leader of Japan wanted to meet the Sword Sage, Momoi Rutoru, he would have to make an appointment in advance and present an invitation card before he could meet the Sword Sage. A lowly Huaxia person and a Chinese monkey dared to offend the Sword Sage, the president of the Sakura Society. Wasn't he courting death? Noisy. Trash like you don't deserve to be killed by me. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and let out a low roar. He used the demonic dragon roar and waves of air blasted out in all directions. Kaboom! With a loud sound, several large trees that required a person to wrap their arms around collapsed. Wood fibers and debris flew everywhere. More than a dozen Japanese experts spurted blood from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground, unconscious. The sound wave attack was like thousands of cannons firing at the same time. It was unstoppable and destroyed everything in its path. Other than Momoi Rutoru and a few other top experts, the others retreated one after another. They felt so disgusted that they wanted to die. Fortunately, they did not vomit blood. Seeing this, Momoi Rutoru's pupils suddenly shrank. He shouted in a low voice, "Kong Taichu, do you know that you have committed a great disaster by killing the experts of Nomiya Shrine and destroying the Japanese patrol ships?" Great disaster. So what if I killed a few Japanese? So what if I destroyed a few patrol ships? Jiang Tian interrupted with a calm expression, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He approached the crowd and said coldly, "In my opinion, it's far from enough." What? Far from enough? Could it be that Kong Taichu, you really want to destroy Nomiya Shrine? Momoi Rutoru questioned with a serious expression. His aura rose steadily, and a monstrous pressure pushed out toward Jiang Tian. Wrong. I want to destroy the 4 major shrines of Japan. Destroy the Sakura Society. Jiang Tian's expression was calm as he said calmly, "So what if I kill you, the Prime Minister of the East Ocean Emperor? So what if I sink a small island country like Japan?" Jiang Tian was not exaggerating. Not to mention becoming a god, even after becoming a deity, he had the power to move mountains and fill seas. He could pierce a planet with a sword and shatter the sun with a punch. But Momoi Rutoru was displeased. His blood surged, and his face turned red. He shouted, "Kong Taichu, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. Do you know that even the war god of Huaxia, Yi Zhantian, dares not speak like this in front of me, the Sword Sage of Japan?" Sword Sage? Bah! Jiang Tian spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Momoi Rutoru. Smack! The thick phlegm was spat on Momoi Rutoru's face. Who would have thought that before a duel between masters, someone would spit? Momoi Rutoru was caught off guard and did not dodge. He, who had always loved cleanliness, was so disgusted that he almost stopped breathing. He was so angry that he almost fainted. How can you spit? Huaxia is known as the land of etiquette. How can you be so vulgar and rude? Momoi Rutoru quickly took out a silk handkerchief and wiped it several times. He did not attack immediately, but roared and questioned angrily. Who said that this is not etiquette? Jiang Tian said righteously, "This is the rule of Huaxia's martial arts world. Before a battle, spit on the opponent's face to show contempt. It's the same as the Western gentleman throwing white gloves on the opponent's face before a duel. Is that so? If that's the case, then we have to learn it. Momoi Rotaro asked the people beside him in confusion. Maybe. The people beside him were speechless. At this time, was it necessary to care about such details? Don't interrupt my humiliation of you. Where did the humiliation stop? Jiang Tian waved his hand. Beside him, Dugu Xiao interrupted. He introduced himself and said that he is the Sword Sage of Japan. Yes, you are the Sword Sage of Japan. Bah! Jiang Tian said disdainfully, you really know how to flatter yourself. You are still shameless enough to call yourself a sword sage when you are dancing around with a broken iron plate. What a disgrace. Good, good, good. Kong Te-chu, you are really arrogant. Momoi Rotaro was so angry that he almost fainted. The hand holding the hilt tightened again, and his knuckles turned slightly white. The lacquer on the scabbard was mottled, and the carvings were blurred. It was thick and simple, exuding an aura of vicissitudes. However, those who had some understanding of the Japanese martial arts world did not dare to underestimate this treasured sword. They would tremble in fear and worship at the sight of it. The ancient sword Qingtong was made by the Japanese blacksmith Takeshi Sakumura during the Heian period. It was ranked 8th among the top 10 swords in Japan. Although it was not as famous as Muramasa, who was known as Japan's number 1 demon sword, in terms of lethality, it was probably above Muramasa. This was because Muramasa had always been carried by famous generals like Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Those who were killed were the leaders of ambitious and ruthless people. As for the Qingtong sword, it had been passed through many Japanese kendo experts in history. The people it killed were all ruffians like Saito Mikuro and Okita Soki, who were kendo experts and wanderers. Momoi Rotaro narrowed his eyes and said, very well. Today, I will show you the true power of Japanese kendo. The next moment, the green blade was unsheathed. No one saw how he made his move. A ray of green light shot up into the sky and slashed down like a mountain. At the same time, an extremely sharp, surging blade chi instantly wreaked havoc. The blade chi was earth-shattering. I didn't expect such a powerful weapon to exist in a small place like Japan. Jiang Tian exclaimed. This Qingtong saber had once drunk the blood of heroes and cut down the souls of giants. It had already formed a terrifying saber soul. It had used blood and souls to turn an ordinary sword into a Dharma artifact. Within the blade soul, the malice chi was heavy, the murderous intent was sharp, and the smell of blood was thick. It had already reached the level of soaked in the blood of millions. This formed an incomparably powerful spiritual deterrence. If an ordinary transcendent master saw this sword, his momentum would be weakened by 70% and he would not be able to exert half of his combat power. If an ordinary person saw this, they would not even have the courage to resist or run away. This sword can't be destroyed. The soul energy can be absorbed. Jiang Tian was delighted to see this, and he threw a simple punch at the saber chi. Crack! The sound was so ear-piercing that it made people's eardrums ache and teeth ache. Under Jiang Tian's punch, the saber lights were shattered like paper, turning into fragments. Chapter 420. At the same time, Jiang Tian activated his immortal will. Whoosh! Xiao Hei's flying sword shot out of the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. It circled behind Momoi Rotaro at a speed beyond human eyes and pierced through his back. Sword Sage, behind you. Suddenly, Greenwood King's pupils shrank. He suddenly noticed Xiao Hei's flying sword. While shouting, he made a series of hand seals in the air. In the forest, The grass that was fluttering in the wind quickly condensed into greenwood energy arrows under the urging of enduring breath. There were thousands of them, like two green streams, rushing toward Jiang Tian and Xiao Hei's flying sword. Pa! 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 Xiao Hei's flying sword pierced through hundreds of Wuxia arrows in an instant, but its speed was also slowed down. That was close. Momoi Rotaro dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. With sweat on his forehead, he slashed at Jiang Tian and Xiao Hei's flying sword. He only saw a flash of black shadow and didn't notice the killing intent of Xiao Hei's flying sword. If it weren't for Greenwood King's warning, he would have been killed. Damn it! Shameless! You don't follow the rules of Jianghu. You want to gang up on me? Dugu Xiao roared angrily, holding a demon head saber that he had obtained from somewhere. He leaped up and slashed at the Greenwood King like a falling galaxy. How come there are so many overlords in Huaxia? Greenwood King knew that Dugu Xiao's strength was definitely above the peak of the transcendent state. Greenwood Shield, block for me. In a moment of desperation, he let out a shout and clawed at the air in a fluster. Bang! Bang! Two shields mixed with Greenwood Chi formed in his hands. He raised his fire-burning sky, trying to block the attack. At the same time, all the plants within a 20-meter radius withered. Flowers and leaves withered. Some trees even exploded and turned into dust. He had absorbed all the wood chi. He was an S-level ninja and an immortal state ninja. His strength had increased and was comparable to a half-step immortal state warrior. The two shields were as thick as a dozen meters of planks compressed together. They were extremely sturdy and could withstand a cannonball attack. What did you say? I don't understand. Who cares? Go to hell. Dugu Xiao laughed maniacally and his body fell like a meteor. His saber did not stop. The saber will was strong and inextinguishable. Saber force, pressing forward with indomitable will. It was as if the heavens were about to be torn apart and the earth was about to collapse. Boom! Crack! A thunder-like explosion was heard. The two shields of enduring suddenly trembled and vibrated. Under Dugu Xiao's tyrannical attack, the Redwood King's knees bent and kneeled on the ground. His knees smashed two deep holes into the mountain rocks. The veins on his arms bulged like earthworms, and his muscle fibers hardened like steel. His arms quickly thickened and swelled, and then, like broken porcelain, they were covered in cracks and blood spurted out. You can't kill me. Greenwood King roared and struggled, trying to stand up. His Greenwood ninja continued to pour into the shield. What are you talking about? Fight properly and don't talk nonsense. Gudu Zhao's saber aura didn't diminish in the slightest, and it seemed to have the power to destroy everything in its path. In the next moment, the shields of enduring suddenly shattered. The remains of the ninja burst out like shrapnel in an explosion, sending the surrounding boulders a few meters away. Many Japanese masters were thrown off their feet. Whoosh! With a boom, the cold light struck down like lightning. Waves of blood gushed out. Greenwood King was slashed from his left shoulder to his right rib. His body was split into two pieces and fell to the ground. Greenwood King, the S-class mutant, the fifth master of the Sakura Blossom Association, was dead. All the Japanese were dumbfounded. They were deeply shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. Greenwood King's strength was certainly not as strong as Japanese sword sage Ryutaro Momoi, but he was at least a half-step immortal state or even immortal state. However, he was killed by this young man with one slash. Was this the end of the Sakura Blossom Association? Why did so many overlords suddenly appear? Was one Kong Teichu not enough? Gudu Xiao pointed at everyone with his saber dripping with blood and shouted arrogantly, "Let's see who dares to break the rules. I'll kill you with one slash." Ms. Ishi Yulian, please translate. Although he had learned a few words of Japanese on the way, he was still very unfamiliar with it. So, he was speaking in Chinese. Outside the circle, Ishii Yulian smiled and translated, "Mr. Gudu, please don't make a move. Please maintain the fairness of the duel. Ishii, I want to warn him to get out of Japan immediately. Otherwise, he will be finished with Kong Teichu." How do you say it in Chinese? Sasaki Aisha frowned and shouted. "You are my grandfather, and I am your grandson. Please spare my life, Grandpa Huaxia." Ishii Yulian smiled and said. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and Sasaki Aisha unsheathed half of her saber as a deterrent. She frowned and her face was as cold as frost. She angrily scolded, "You are my grandfather and I am your grandson. Please spare my life, Grandpa Huaxia." Ha ha ha, Japanese people are so funny. This Japanese girl is willing to be my grandson, but she still has to be so anxious. Her EQ is lower than mine. Dugu Xiao laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Don't be so noisy. Watch the show. Watch how my novice brother beat your Japanese sword saint into a grandson." He sat on a rock and took out a bag of melon seeds to eat. Ishii, what did he say? Sasaki Aisha frowned and asked. He said that he won't just be a bystander. If you don't make a move, he won't make a move either. Ishii Yulian smiled and said in Japanese. Everything happened in half a minute, but the battle between Jiang Tian and Momoi Rutaru had reached its climax. Momoi Rutaru had already slashed out 8 times. Life extermination. Mirror stand. Army destruction. Water split. His Qingtong sword slashed out continuously, and each strike was more exquisite and graceful than the last. In the end, it gave people a feeling of natural charm. But in fact, the lethality of each strike was also increasing. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. Even if Wang Chongyan and Xiao Bin were here, they would have to avoid it. Even if Yi Zhantian were to fight back, he would be flustered and exhausted. However, all of this was useless against Jiang Tian. No matter how Momoi Rutaru changed his sword moves, Jiang Tian always greeted it with a simple punch. However, he could always break his sword momentum, sword chi, and sword chi easily. This man's physique is so strong. He broke my sword chi with his physical body. It seems that he didn't even use his true chi. Momoi Rutaru began to feel a little anxious. This man was like a cockroach that refused to die. No matter how exquisite his sword moves were, what was the use? He made up his mind and finally decided to use his strongest move. Kong Teichu, it's time to end this. With a loud shout, he stomped his feet on the ground, sinking more than 3 inches into the ground. His face instantly flushed red. The Qingtong horizontal slash, vertical slash, swift stab, and whirlwind slash, swift stab, whirlwind slash, swift stab, and whirlwind slash over 100 times in a row. His speed was extremely fast and dazzling. What was more shocking was that every time he slashed out, hundreds of extremely sharp sword chi would appear in the space above and behind him. These sword chi were all made up of sword chi. They were so condensed and sharp as if they were real. Under the light of the early autumn sun, they emitted a dazzling metallic luster. He was doing his best. His speed was very fast, but it was also very elegant. He was like a sword immortal who had descended to the mortal world and was waving his sword. Oh my God! Could it be that Lord Sword Sage has cultivated the legendary impossible move of the School of Mirror Heart Wisdom? The number of sword chi above and behind Momoi Rutaru increased. Many of the Japanese overlords were shocked. Sasaki Haisha even let out a cry as if he had seen a ghost. With a loud boom, a strong wind howled in the sky above the area where Momoi Rutaru was. Streams of air converged and formed large clusters of dark clouds, which rapidly rotated and rubbed against each other, forming a vortex that seemed to go straight to the depths of the sky. Bolts of lightning burst out like silver snakes dancing wildly. Oh my God! A vision from the sky. The impossible move. Could it be? Hearing this, the Japanese overlords were all moved. They looked at Momoi Rotaro with shock, respect and expectation. In just one breath's time, Xiaochen had sent out 100 saber slashes. Over 10,000 sharp saber lights floated and flickered above Xiaochen's head. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the sun. They stretched for over 10 meters, making one's hair stand on end. School of Mirror Mind, ultimate move. After the last slash, Momoi Rotaru's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He panted and shouted hoarsely. His body was shaking as if he was about to fall. He seemed to have aged a few times in an instant. He looked at Jiang Tian tiredly and said, Kong Te Chu, my school of mirror mind has absorbed the essence of the kendo of various countries. I, Momoi Rotaru, have been working hard for 20 years. Today, you are lucky to see the most powerful move of my school of mirror mind, 10,000 swords in one. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword chi suddenly merged amidst the ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. A gigantic sword chi that was comparable to a skyscraper suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It's really 10,000 swords in one. Oh my God! 10,000 swords in one. The sword sage has mastered 10,000 swords in one. At that moment, the Japanese overlords' faces changed drastically. They were full of reverence and worship as if they had seen a god appear. That's 10,000 swords in one. No wonder he became a sword sage at the age of 30. His comprehension and perseverance are not something I can compare to. Sasaki Haisha's face changed drastically as he muttered to himself. 10,000 swords in one. Miyamoto Hiro's face changed in shock. His eyes were full of reverence. Then, he said with tears in his eyes, this time, the sword sage is going to take revenge for our Nomiya shrine. Brother, if your spirit in heaven can see this, you will be able to rest in peace. Swords were light and agile, unpredictable, and flexible to win. Momoi position, school of mirror mind emphasized sword momentum, tricks, and even beauty. But who would have thought that the ultimate move of this school, the true killing move of this school, was to win with terrifying and monstrous power. At that moment, 10,000 swords in one, wind and thunder rumbled. The sword chi was 100 meters long, like a rainbow piercing the sun. Even the citizens of the city at the foot of the mountain could see it. Such a spectacular scene could not be called kendo. It could be regarded as an immortal art or a divine skill. Chapter 421. 10,000 swords in one. My grandmaster used it to kill thousands of soldiers and horses. Momoi Rotaru snorted proudly. Fuck. It seems to be even more powerful than the sword cultivators of Mount Shu. Dugu Xiao was so scared that he dropped his melon seeds. He rushed out and tried to pull Jiang Tian to dodge. Brother Jiang Tian, why don't you dodge? Ah Xiao, go away. But Jiang Tian, who bore the brunt of the attack, waved his sleeves and gently pushed Dugu Xiao aside. Then he put his hands behind his back and smiled disdainfully. It's big but useless. What's the use of a big sword? It's like a swollen patient that can't withstand a single blow. Jiang Tian had seen too many 10,000 swords in one and similar techniques in the cultivation world. Almost every immortal martial skill had a similar move. The principle was equivalent to compressing dozens or hundreds of attacks into one to form a superimposed lethality. But the essence of this technique was superimposition and condensation. 10,000 swords condensed into one sword, which would be indestructible and sharper. But if you only superimpose without condensation, the sharpness and toughness of the sword chi would not reach the same level. It was just equivalent to making multiple moves. It would be fine if you met an ordinary expert, but it was useless when you met a real expert. There were even disadvantages. As the saying goes, the person who used this technique would exhaust his chi and be completely powerless to resist. He would be at the mercy of others. My sword can chop. Song. Sheng. But Momoi Rutaru did not seem to hear Jiang Tian's words. Instead, he looked solemn and made the last chop with difficulty, using all his strength to drive this amazing sword chi. His body was trembling violently, making a strange cracking sound. It seemed that all his bones were about to break. That was because his body could not withstand the pressure of the huge sword chi. But Momoi Rutaru did not care at all. Even if the corner of his mouth was bleeding, he still pointed the tip of his sword at Jiang Tian and made a heavy chop. The huge sword light brought along a strange sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. It was as if thousands of mountains were crashing down towards Jiang Tian. That's right, it wasn't a stab or a slash, it was a boom. At this moment, the sword beam that was formed from 10,000 swords as one sword into the sky. It was like a high-speed train that was crashing down, as if it wanted to crush Jiang Tian into meat paste. Before the huge sword light had even arrived, a monstrous pressure had already arrived. Within 30 meters of Jiang Tian, huge rocks weighing dozens of kilograms were sent flying dozens of meters away. The ground cracked open with a width of more than 3 centimeters. Countless trees bent, fell, and finally shattered into pieces, turning into dust. This sword chi not only contained the sword chi energy that Momoi Rutaru had painstakingly cultivated for decades, but it also drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred meters. This was the power of heaven and earth, the power of nature. Even 1/10 of it could crush an armored vehicle. No matter how strong the armor was or how sturdy the metal was, it would be flattened into a lump of iron. Kong Te Chu, this sword saint shall use this sword to test your supreme martial arts. Momoi Rutaru shouted. Boom! With a sound, the huge sword slashed down. Countless grenades seemed to explode on the ground, and countless huge fireworks rose. Circles of white air ripples spread to the surroundings. The entire area of hundreds of meters was in a mess. Towering trees were uprooted and torn into pieces by the surging airflow. Huge rocks were smashed and exploded by the sharp sword chi. That area was enveloped by the sharp sword chi, the scattered remains and debris, and the turbid chi waves. It was a scene of chaos. The terrifying explosion spread for several miles. Even the residents at the foot of Tori Mountain could hear it clearly. What's wrong? Is there an explosion at Tori Mountain? Is it a quarry? How is it possible? Tori Mountain is a scenic spot where the Nomiya Shrine is located. Who dares to quarry there? Or maybe a volcano eruption? Many citizens looked up and discussed among themselves. Today, Tori Mountain could be said to be full of strange phenomena. First, there was thunder and lightning, then there was a 100-meter-long white rainbow, and now there was an earth-shattering explosion. It was like a volcano eruption. However, this was just a temporary topic for the residents of Fukuoka Prefecture. They would soon forget about it. After all, the missile test launched by the self-defense forces was regarded as a UFO by the people of Fukuoka. But for the many Japanese overlords who were standing halfway up the mountain, this was an earth-shattering battle. The result would determine the strength of Japanese kendo and Wuxia martial arts. It would even affect the development of the cultivation world of the two countries for the next 10 years. Great! Kong Te Chu, the devil, is finally dead. Lord Sword Saint, 10,000 swords in one, the best in the world. Today, you slay the evil, Kong Te Chu, and show the power of Japanese kendo. Please accept our worship. Halfway up the mountain, there was a burst of cheers. Many people even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Momoi Rotaro with reverence. Momoi Rotaro stood proudly on the spot with the help of Sasaki Kaisha, but he said with a little regret, "It's a pity that this sword is too powerful. I'm afraid that even his divine soul was destroyed. Otherwise, we could have refined a new god." Sasaki Kaisha looked at Dugu Xiao and Ishii Yurin with a sneer and said fiercely, "This Huaxia boy is Kong Teichu's accomplice. He killed King Aoki, so we can't let him go." Ishii Yurin betrayed the Sakura society. Her crime is unforgivable. She must be sentenced to death and cut into pieces. She was only in her 30s. She looked charming, but her actions were ruthless and cruel to the extreme, leaving no room for negotiation. Kong Teichu is dead. When many overlords exclaimed, Ishii Yurin panicked and slowly retreated down the mountain path with regret in his heart. He was too reckless to believe Kong Teichu. No matter how strong he was still young and weak. How could he be a match for the Japanese sword saint? If he had known this, he wouldn't have followed him in the first place. Even if he revealed his whereabouts to Momoi Rotaro yesterday, he was afraid that he couldn't make up for his mistake. He would be cruelly cleaned by them and die without a burial place. Brother Chu is dead. Dugu Xiao opened his eyes wide, trying to see through the rolling dust and air waves to see Jiang Tian's situation. Although he and Jiang Tian had only known each other for a few days, Jiang Tian was the first person he met in the secular world. He had already regarded Jiang Tian as a brother. Of course, he didn't want Jiang Tian to die. However, if he was killed by such a terrible sword, even the 200-year-old living fossil in the Yin sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Dugu Zhao's eyes were filled with tears. He held his long sword and rushed toward Momoi Rotaro. He roared angrily, "You little devil, I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the dogs to avenge my brother Chu." However, he had only rushed a few steps when he saw a flash of golden light. A golden figure stepped out of the rolling dust. Is that the divine soul that hasn't been destroyed? Everyone was shocked and stepped back. They saw that Jiang Tian's body was covered with a layer of strange metallic luster. He was like a golden statue of Buddha, flashing with dazzling golden light. Like a Buddha or a god, the golden light was brilliant and filled with a holy, mighty, and powerful aura. Even his hair and eyebrows were golden. Many remnants of sword chi were attached to the golden light, causing it to flicker. However, they didn't penetrate it, let alone hurt Jiang Tian's body. It wasn't until he took a step forward that the dazzling golden light slowly faded and converged into his body. He returned to his black-haired and black-eyed appearance. Many remnants of sword chi also collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Kong Teichu, you're not dead. Brother Chu, you're awesome. Sai, where did you get this golden light from? Is it cool? Ishii Yulian exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Dugu Xiao cheered and jumped for joy. He was so happy that he did 3 somersaults like a monkey. Unknowingly, tears rolled down his face. Many of the Japanese powerhouses seemed to have been slapped countless times in an instant. Their faces changed drastically and were full of astonishment and shock. In an instant, the entire place was deathly silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Kong Teichu. He's not dead. Many people looked at the young man who was strolling over leisurely. Their faces changed drastically and they couldn't believe it. Why couldn't Momoi Rotaro kill Kong Teichu after using the most powerful attack of 10,000 swords in one? Even the top overlords like Sasaki, Haisha Miyazaki and Hanshinzo were shocked and took a step back subconsciously. Why, are you not dead? That's the 10,000 swords in one of the Mirror Heart Wise sect. How did you break it? What kind of sorcery did you use? Momoi Rotaru's face was pale. He couldn't believe it and was even a little anxious and flustered. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? Jiang Tian flicked his finger and a golden light shot out. Everyone saw a flash of golden light and a bloody hole appeared on Momoi Rotoru's chest. Blood spurted out crazily. President. Lord Sword Sage. Seeing this, many Japanese overlords exclaimed. They didn't expect that he couldn't block Jiang Tian's finger. Tell me, how did I lose? Momoi Rotoru covered his chest and knelt on the ground, looking at Jiang Tian and asking. Fine, I'll let you know the reason before you die. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, 10,000 swords in one. You only have 10,000 swords, not one. Let me teach you a sentence. You should forge a sword into an awl, and an awl will lead to great sharpness. The awl may be small, but it's sharp. That's the only way to achieve your most powerful attack. I see, I see. Hua Xia's martial arts are really profound. I understand now. Momoi Rotoru's eyes shone as if he had a momentary recovery of consciousness before death. He seemed very excited. After saying that, his eyes dimmed. He fell to the ground and closed his eyes. There was still a satisfied and enlightened smile on his face. Lord Sword Sage. President, is dead. Many Japanese overlords knelt on the ground and cried out in pain and shock. They didn't even have time to stand up. However, they had been worshipping him before. Now, they were reminiscing and lamenting. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Momoi Rotoru, the Sword Sage of Japan, was conferred the title by the emperor himself. Since his debut, he had never been defeated except once when he was defeated by the origin of the old sword god Palace. How powerful, how glorious, and how amazing was he! Today, he died under Kong Teichu's finger. He didn't even have the strength to fight back or dodge. Little did they know that when Momoi Rotoru used the 10,000 swords in one, he had already exhausted all his cultivation. Even if he succeeded in killing Jiang Tian, he wouldn't be able to recover his cultivation for at least 3 years. And just now, he was so weak that an ordinary person could have knocked him to the ground with a punch. Not to mention, Jiang Tian's finger was as sharp as an armor-piercing bullet shot from a Barrett sniper rifle. Chapter 422. Lord Sword Sage, you are dead. Many of the kendo masters had been taught by Momoi Rotoru and regarded him as their teacher. They were so heartbroken that they knelt on the ground and burst into tears. She was the head of the Sakura Society and had a supreme status. Her status was even higher than Yi Zhantian's in Huaxiao. Momoi Rotoru was their faith, the god in their hearts. Now that he had fallen, they felt that the sky had collapsed, and they could no longer live. Kong Teichu, you will pay with your life for Lord Sword Sage. Some of the kendo masters leaped to their feet and lunged at Jiang Tian. The long blade at his waist was pulled out like lightning. Thousands of snow-like blade auras were swept up as they slashed towards Jiang Tian. You are asking for it. Jiang Tian raised his brows. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Instead, a golden Genjin chi wave surged out. Kaboom! With a boom, under the gunmetal energy wave that was like raging waves beating the shore, whether it was a sword master or a peerless divine weapon, they all collapsed in an instant, blasted into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere as the kendo master's body fell to the ground in pieces. Everyone, stop! Sasaki Kaisha's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and stopped the kendo masters who were ready to attack. Then, he concealed his murderous intent and bowed to Jiang Tian respectfully. Master Kong, you are here to visit the Nomiya shrine, right? That's right. To be exact, I am here to devour the 3 Shikigami to cultivate my powerful soul energy. Jiang Tian had his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. His tone was also very natural, as if he was saying that the price of gasoline had increased recently. This man is so arrogant, how dare he? He is a demon. Many of the Japanese overlords were enraged by what they heard. They wanted to skin Jiang Tian alive to vent their anger. Nomiya Shrine on Tori Mountain worshipped the three Shikigami, Tengu, Siken, and Choyu. They were the guardians of Kyushu. They had tens of thousands of believers praying for blessings and worship every day. In the hundreds of years that they had existed, they had absorbed the power of faith and smoke and were incomparably powerful. It was said that during the Warring States period, a Shikigami could fight against 1,000 enemies. They could overturn a city with one hand and collapse a mountain with one stomp. Their soul energy was especially terrifying. Their strength was far beyond that of a normal half-step immortal state warrior, even comparable to an immortal state warrior. But this brat actually said that he wanted to devour 3 Shikigami. How arrogant was he? How arrogant was he? He was simply courting death. Master Kong, this road leads directly to Nomiya Shrine. We welcome Master Kong to visit us. Please. When Sasaki Ocean-san heard that, his expression changed. Finally, he bowed and pointed his right hand at him, one finger, making an inviting gesture. The Japanese overlords behind him also parted and made a path for him. Jiang Tian looked at the black door that was like a monster opening its bloody mouth, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was too lazy to say anything. With his hands behind his back, he walked up the stairs. We're really going. Quit while you're ahead. It's already very impressive. Dugu Xiao quickly followed behind him. Ishii Yulian hesitated as her expression changed. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and followed under the hateful and warning gazes of the Japanese overlords. Brother Chu, why do I feel that this place is eerie? Stepping into the silent Nomiya Shrine, Dugu Xiao suddenly shivered and said with a strange expression. Nomiya Shrine was very elegant and quiet. Green plants and trees were everywhere, and the clean green stone paved the way. The buildings of the Edo period had never been damaged. They were antique and exquisite like an exquisite garden. But Dugu Xiao felt a chill in his heart, a chill ran down his spine, as if there was some evil spirit. Ishii, are these the statues of the 3 Shikigami? Jiang Tian slowly walked into a temple and looked at the 3 3-meter-tall statues. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ishii Yulian suddenly pulled Jiang Tian's sleeve and knelt down. Grandmaster Jiang, please leave quickly. Why? Jiang Tian looked at him curiously. I lied to you. Ishii Yulian prostrated on the ground, his face was filled with pain and regret. He said with a trembling voice. You can't summon the 3 Shikigami even if you take away the soul guiding flute. In fact, even if you don't use the soul guiding flute, Kamo Yunwen can still summon the Shikigami with his Dharma treasures. Besides, he should have brought the 3 Shikigami from the Guardian Shrine, the snake, the evil dragon, and the mountain tiger. There are 6 Shikigami here. It's a deadly trap. Fuck, Ishii Yulian, you are so mean. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Dugu Xiao immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, Brother Chu, I told you to stay away from women, didn't I? My master said that the women at the foot of the mountain are tigers. Ishii Yulian, why did you lie to me? Jiang Tian's expression didn't change as he asked leisurely. Yesterday, I didn't have 100% confidence that Master Kong would win. Ishii Yulian sighed with tears in his eyes. He said helplessly, besides, even if you defeat the Sword Saint and Sword God, you will still die if the Japanese self-defense forces attack. You are a Huaxia person, you can leave after the matter is over. But my parents are in Japan, I can't leave. And, get up. Since this is your first offense, I will spare your life. Jiang Tian said with a faint smile. You are not leaving. Ishii Yulian's face changed. Why should I leave? A hint of disdain appeared on the corners of Jiang Tian's mouth, and he said indifferently, I told you the itinerary because I wanted to draw them all here. The more Shikigami, the better. I want to catch them all in one fell swoop, so that I don't have to destroy those shrines one by one. Ishii Yulian was completely stunned as he looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Did he really expect everything today and was not afraid at all? Did he really have a way to suppress these Shikigami? This was like a legend. Kong Teichu, even if you want to leave, do you still have time? The moment you step into the shrine, you are destined to be buried here. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. In the darkness, a skinny figure with sinister eyes slowly appeared. He wore a tall crown on his head, a loose robe with a wide belt, and wooden clogs on his feet. Around his waist hung a few strange jade pendants, human bones, and other magical items. He looked like an old monster from the Heian era, with a simple and ancient temperament. He spoke Chinese very fluently, like a sinologist who had lived in Huaxia for many years. Kamo Yunwen. He is the #1 onmyoji in Japan, the Grand Priest of the Guardian Shrine. Ishii Yulian's face changed as he quickly hid behind Jiang Tian. The Guardian Shrine. Jiang Tian was taken aback, but he knew that this was a notorious shrine that worshipped many Class A war criminals. Visiting the Yasukuni Shrine had become a way for politicians like Koina Junichiro to win over voters and display their right-wing ideology. The visits of Japanese politicians had ruined the relationship between Japan, Huaxia, South Korea, and other Asian countries. Very well, I will cut you into 8 pieces today and use your blood to pay tribute to those who sacrificed themselves for the liberation of Huaxia. Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Taichu, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're courting death. Kamo Yunwen said with disdain. Even Yi Tianren and the members of the Yin sect wouldn't dare to set foot in the 4 major shrines of Japan. You're just a Shina clown. How dare you provoke a Japanese Shikigami? What a joke. Brother Chu, this old man is so annoying. Let me get rid of him. Dugu Xiao was enraged by Kamo Yunwen's words. He leaped out like a tiger and hacked at Kamo Yunwen with his blade. Despite his young age, he was considered a cultivation prodigy and had the power of a half-step immortal state warrior. With a slash of the saber, the wind howled and the saber light formed a bright saber screen. It was incomparably sharp and could even cut an armored vehicle into pieces. How dare you! Ugly ox god, come out! Seeing this, Mao Yunwen roared angrily. He grabbed a jade ox head from his waist and crushed it. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual energy shot up into the sky, surging like raging waves crashing against the shore, bombarding in all directions. Kaboom! Half of the palace had collapsed. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and the roof beams were shattered. It was a complete mess. The soul energy had materialized. It might not be as powerful as Jiang Tian's divine will, but it was much more powerful than Jiang Tian's divine will. If any martial artists or spellcasters saw this, they would be terrified. This wasn't a physical attack, it was a pure soul energy. However, it was able to interfere with reality so obviously that not even a Tao body immortal master could do so. That was how powerful the soul energy of this Shikigami was. Under the powerful soul energy attack, Dugu Zhao's body suddenly froze in the air. Then, the soul energy vibrated again. He was blasted away like a rag doll. He was dizzy from the fall, and 2 streams of blood seeped out of his nostrils. As for Ishii Yurin, even though he was a few dozen meters away, he was still wobbling like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. This was the power of a Shikigami. They could tear a normal grandmaster apart with their soul energy alone. Not even a peak-stage transcendent grandmaster was a match for them. The wave-like spiritual power suddenly condensed. A huge figure that was over 5 meters tall blurred at first, then became more and more solid, and finally appeared abruptly. His head was as big as a bucket, and there were 2 curved horns on the back of his head. He was wearing a golden armor, which barely covered his long black hair. He wore black boots, and he had a pair of big eyes. 2 streams of white smoke were spurting out of his upturned nostrils. He was holding a steel fork that was shining with cold light, making him look like an indomitable bull demon king. Fuck, what is this thing? It's terrifying. Dugu Xiaodao was nowhere to be seen. He sat on the ground and looked up at the tall figure of the ugly ox god in a daze. This is the ugly bull god. Ishii Yuren's face paled as he saw the ugly bull god for the first time. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. It is a real soul energy and it is so big. Is it really a god? Seeing this, Jiang Tian was also shocked. Chapter 423. It could be said that Jiang Tian's divine sense was only 1/10 of the opponent's psyche power. It was rare to see such a large amount of psyche power. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian lightly shook his head with a hint of disdain. So it's the condensation of the believer's power of will, power of faith, and incense offerings. Although there's a lot of it, it's filthy and impure. At most, it's just a bunch of impurities. In fact, Jiang Tian could more or less guess the origin of these so-called shikigami by combining the ancient records and the information provided by Yi Zhantian. During the Heian era of Japan, the people lived in destitution. There were many remote mountains and marshes, where bandits and monsters ran rampant. At that time, the yin-yang masters of the Kemo and Ampere families hunted monsters everywhere. They tamed these monsters and turned them into their pets or servants. However, the cultivation resources on Earth were scarce. These monsters could not break through to become immortal monsters and their lifespans were not more than 300 to 400 years. They all died with their masters. However, their souls were not destroyed. They were born with divine strength and all kinds of abilities. Gradually, they became the gods that the Japanese worshipped. For hundreds of years, the souls of the monsters combined with the believer's psyche power to form the half-monster, half-ghost, half-immortal, half-human monsters. Shikigami, also known as servant spirits, meant that they served their yin-yang masters and were controlled by their masters. The name was actually very appropriate. Speaking of which, these shikigami were not as powerful as the battling sacred ape Qi Yaosheng. After all, the latter had become a true immortal monster and could transform into a human form. As for them, they were just monsters before they died. You are Kong Te-Chu. What a powerful psyche power. Very good. Very good. Today, I will devour all of your psyche power and use it for my own use. The ugly ox god slammed its steel fork into the ground, creating a 3-meter deep crater. It bent over and looked greedily at Jiang Tian as it roared. That voice was like rolling thunder that pushed out horizontally, causing many palaces to tremble violently and trees to sway crazily. The Japanese experts who were waiting for the good news outside the shrine were also on the verge of collapsing. The ugly ox god is on the move. God, this time, Kong Te-Chu is dead for sure. Many Japanese overlords retreated with pale faces, but they were still excited as if they could already see Jiang Tian's death. Really? You want to devour me? The way I see it, you're my best resource. It's just that you're not enough. However, Jiang Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more greedy. He was like a glutton who had seen a table full of delicacies, a pervert who had seen a stunning beauty, or a miser who had dug out a large bucket of gold. What? All right then, watch how I, old bull, devour your divine soul. The ugly ox god's eyes widened in anger as he breathed out 2 streams of thick white air from his nostrils. He waved his 3-pronged pitchfork and strode toward Jiang Tian. Every step he took caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Houses collapsed as he waved his pitchfork, sending rocks and trees flying everywhere. This kind of monstrous power and this kind of soul energy could easily kill a grandmaster in his peak state. Even a half-step immortal state warrior would not be able to defeat him. It was truly shocking. Eat my pitchfork. He jumped up 10 meters high and the pitchfork pierced through the void and stabbed toward Jiang Tian's chest, as if he wanted to nail Jiang Tian's soul to the ground. Sword of Divine Sense, kill. At this moment, Jiang Tian finally used his trump card. He had been waiting for an opportunity all this time. When he was close enough, a golden light flickered between his eyebrows like a rippling golden lake. A golden dagger was formed, and it streaked across the air, shooting out a brilliant ray of light. Divine Sense Manifestation, this was the ultimate move of the soul sculpting art. It was created by revered Renming, the sect master of the God Refining sect, in the outer space. It could even destroy the soul avatar of a cultivator, let alone a Shikigami. The inch-long Divine Sense sword was condensed from Jiang Tian's Divine Sense and was compressed to the extreme. At this time, Jiang Tian wanted to kill his target with one strike. He had condensed his Divine Sense into a sword and could not release it. It could be said that he was going all out. The Divine Sense sword was as dazzling as a rainbow as it pierced through the void. The few people present could not breathe. Even Kamo Yunwen's expression changed drastically as he retreated. This was a kind of Divine Sense suppression that even a Grand Onmyoji could not withstand. The Divine Sense sword's speed was incomparably fast. Even though Ugly Ox God's pitchfork was still a few meters away from Jiang Tian, the Divine Sense sword had already pierced through Ugly Ox God's head. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the Ugly Ox God, who was over 5 meters tall and had a body like a mountain, was actually knocked down by the small consciousness sword. He flew several dozen meters away and was nailed to the mountain wall with a clang. Ayo! The Ugly Ox God let out a painful roar. He struggled with all his might, sweeping away the rocks and shaking the mountains. His huge body instantly collapsed into a misty aura. How is this possible? Ishii Yulian's expression changed drastically. His charming eyes were full of disbelief. The Ugly Ox God was a real Shikigami. In hundreds of years, it was unknown how much spiritual energy it had condensed. It was so powerful that it could not be estimated. But at this moment, it was not a match for Jiang Tian and was instantly killed by Jiang Tian. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Tian did not use that black flying sword at all. He did not use the martial arts he was most proficient in. Instead, his forehead flashed as if he had used pure spiritual energy to destroy the Shikigami. It could be said that the weak defeated the strong. It must be known that the Shikigami were most proficient in spiritual attacks. This was too incredible. This Huaxia brat's spiritual energy is so powerful. Even Kamo Yunwen's expression changed drastically as he took a few steps back. He originally thought that Jiang Tian's words were just a bluff. He did not expect that Jiang Tian really had a way to destroy the Shikigami, and so easily. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. Should he fight to the death or escape with the remaining Shikigami? Just as he was hesitating, Jiang Tian grabbed the soul-guiding flute and began to play. The sound of the flute was very low. It was as if resentment and admiration, as if weeping and complaining. It was soft and gentle, but it seemed to have a magical power that moved people's souls. It made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream and wanted to sleep peacefully. Ishii Yulian only felt dizzy. Plop! He fell to the ground and could not help but want to close his eyes. So sleepy, I want to sleep. The many Japanese masters outside the door were also fighting to keep their eyelids open. They felt as if they had not slept for more than 10 days and were lying in their mother's arms. It was warm and comfortable, and they could not muster up any energy. Holy shit, as expected of an expert. He still has the time to play a flute in the middle of a battle. Dugu Xiao wiped the dust off his face and laughed. What the fuck, what flute? This is a flute. Jiang Tian really wanted to slap him to the ground, but his mouth and fingers didn't stop, and he continued to blow on it. What's going on? Why did the ugly ox god's scattered spiritual energy go into the flute? Kamo Yunwen's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. However, he saw that the ugly ox god's mental energy, which had been crushed, was like a clear and misty tentacle. It was all absorbed by the soul-guiding flute before the song even ended. This song is called Lost Soul Attraction. It's used to absorb the spiritual energy of wandering souls. Together with the soul-guiding flute that I have refined, it's like having the help of God. Now, this spiritual energy is mine. It's just waiting for me to refine it. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, feeling very proud. What? How is that possible? Kamo Yunwen was shocked. If Kong Teichu really had such an evil technique, wouldn't he be the nemesis of Shikigami? Release your Shikigami now, or I'll kill you. Jiang Tian smiled coldly as he approached Kamo Yunwen with the soul-guiding flute. Kamo Yunwen was caught between a rock and a hard place. Large drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If he did not release his Shikigami, he would be killed by Jiang Tian easily with his Yin-Yang Jutsu. However, if he released his Shikigami, Jiang Tian would really use the evil song to control it. Then, he would become a resource for Jiang Tian to refine his spiritual energy. Still not releasing it? Do you want to die? Jiang Tian took out Xiao Hei's flying sword and let it float in front of his chest. That's right, release it now and let me kill you. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive. Dugu Xiao picked up his sword and waved it around, threatening Qin Xiaobei. I'll release it, I'll release it. Master Kong, please have mercy, Master Kong, don't kill me. Kamo Yunwen was so scared that his body trembled. He could only feel a bitter taste in his mouth. This is too ridiculous. This scene made Ishii Yurin dumbfounded. He even wanted to laugh. Anyone who heard the name of a Shikigami would tremble in fear. Even a half-step divine realm expert would be afraid of them. Whoever took control of a Shikigami and became a great divine official would be like a god who ruled over the common people. They would be high and mighty, with their noses in the air, and regarded human lives as ants and weeds. But now, Jiang Tian was forcing Grand Divine Official Kamo to release his Shikigami. If you don't release it, I'll kill you. Kamo Yunwen was unwilling to release his Shikigami as he was afraid that Jiang Tian would eat them. However, he had no choice but to release them. It was a funny feeling. Kamo Yunwen slowly pulled down a jade idol. His malicious eyes rolled around as if he was in pain. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and smirked. He crushed 5 jade idols hanging on his waist. Old man, why did you release them one by one? Why did you release so many of them at once? Are you doing this on purpose? I'll kill you with one strike. Seeing this, Dugu Xiao was furious. But it was too late. The moment the 5 jade idols were crushed, 5 surging spiritual energy rushed out. The void trembled and blurred. In the whistling wind, Shikigami appeared one after another. At this time, Jiang Tian was shocked. He was a bit careless. 5 Shikigami appeared in an instant. Even if he used the Sword of Divine Sense, he couldn't kill them instantly. It should be known that he took advantage of the unprepared situation and hit the Sea of Soul, formed by Ugly Ox God's spiritual energy. That was why he could kill them instantly. But if he didn't hit the Sea of Soul, it would be a fight. Jiang Tian might be in a passive position. After all, although these Shikigami weren't pure enough, they were too big and would cause damage to Jiang Tian's divine sense. Within the Nomiya shrine, 5 towering figures of the 5 Shikigamis appeared one after another. In an instant, killing intent filled the sky. Chapter 424. One of them was 10 meters tall. He had a snake-like neck and a human face. His 9 tails were like 9 tentacles. Each of them was holding a Dharma artifact such as a Vajra staff, a spear, a seal, and a shield. The other one had a pair of wings on his back. He had a dog face and a human body. He was 3 meters tall and held a 1 meter long mace in his hand. The last one was 4 meters tall. He had a red crown and golden feathers. He had a long beak and golden eyes. He held a shield in his left hand and a chicken claw in his right hand. There was also the mountain tiger god and the evil dragon god. They were also as tall and mighty as demon gods. Their cultivation levels were higher than the 3 Shikigami in front of them. They were ready to take action at the back. Huaxia, how dare you offend our Shikigami? We will make sure you die a horrible death. The Vajra serpent god stuck out his long tongue and hissed. Even his divine soul must be destroyed. God Tengu roared, and many of his Shikigami pounced towards Jiang Tian. Boom! 5 surging soul energy surged toward Jiang Tian. Even though Jiang Tian's divine sense was powerful, he still felt suffocated. He felt a sharp pain in his head. Sword of divine sense, kill again. Since the arrow was already knocked on the bow, it had to be released. Jiang Tian's gaze turned cold as he shouted. The golden lake on his forehead rippled, and with a strange hiss, the divine sense sword shot toward the forehead of the divine serpent god. Bang! The Vajra serpent god's head shattered. At the same time, the Vajra serpent god's mace came crashing down. As for the sky-break deity's Vajra Pek, it swept out horizontally. Amidst a cold light, it whistled wildly as it attacked Jiang Tian's chest. Even though these Shikigami were formed by soul energy and soul energy, the weapons in their hands were very powerful Dharma artifacts. No one knew where they came from. They were ancient Dharma artifacts and contained powerful Dharma artifacts. If they appeared in the world of Dharma spells, they would cause a huge uproar. The 2 magic artifacts instantly struck out. The domineering magic power was released, and it suppressed Jiang Tian like raging waves crashing onto the shore. Go to hell. Jiang Tian took back the sword of divine sense in a split second and immediately urged it to shoot out again. At the same time, a strand of spiritual awareness was separated. The black iron shuttle and little black flying sword in the storage ring flew out together. They turned into 2 streaks of black light and pierced the glabella of the 2 leading spirit servers. God Tengu's body flickered as he twisted and turned. With a scream, Little Black's flying sword pierced through his shoulder. Roar! The heavenly hound god howled as he was sent flying by Shin's divine sense sword. As for the Skybreak god, his chest was pierced by the black iron flying shuttle as he let out a furious roar. Kong Te-Chu, you can't kill us. Do you think you can be so lucky to hit our soul sea? However, the 3 Shikigami shook their bodies and gathered surging spiritual power to heal their wounds. Then, they roared and pounced on Jiang Tian again. Damn, could it be that I didn't hit his soul sea? Where was his soul sea? How strange. What made Jiang Tian even more shocked was that the soaring serpent god's head that he had pierced through condensed again. He waved the 9 magic artifacts in his hands and attacked Jiang Tian together. Bang! Jiang Tian's spiritual awareness was activated. With a loud boom, the black iron flying shuttle broke through the air and smashed the heavenly hound god into pieces again. However, before he could catch his breath, the heavenly hound god started to condense again. At the same time, the sky break god and soaring serpent god attacked together. Jiang Tian could still deal with the sky break god's attack easily. However, the 9-tailed soaring serpent god was too difficult to deal with. 9 tails danced together, and the 9 magic artifacts covered the sky as they smashed down. Jiang Tian was caught off guard and was hit twice in an instant. Jiang Tian let out a muffled groan. Even though he had the aged metal divine body, he still felt waves of intense pain. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. The soaring serpent god's magic artifacts were so powerful that they were far beyond ordinary magic artifacts. They might even be at the level of magic treasures. The aged metal divine body didn't care about pure physical attacks. However, it was a little dangerous when facing magic treasures. Jiang Tian's expression became serious again. You guys are too slow. At this moment, an earth-shattering tiger roar sounded. The mountain tiger god had attacked. He stretched out his tiger claws and slapped down in the air. Rumble. The sound in the sky was like a millstone turning. A colorful tiger claw pressed down from the sky. It was 10 meters long and looked like an ancient god using the sky overturning seal or a meteorite falling from the sky. The void distorted and a storm surged. Even if Jiang Tian could withstand this attack, he would be seriously injured. At this moment, if Jiang Tian attacked with the sword of divine sense, he would have to focus all of his divine sense. After all, he was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The amount of divine sense was limited. He wouldn't be able to split his divine sense to control the flying swords and shuttles. For a moment, Jiang Tian had no choice but to move around, using his body and his flying sword and shuttle to fight against the 5 Shikigamis. He fought so hard that the entire Noya shrine collapsed, the trees were broken, and the fake mountains and rocks were sent flying everywhere. Oh no! He's at a disadvantage. Let me help you. Seeing that Jiang Tian was gradually losing, Du Gushao roared and charged forward with his blade. However, he was immediately stopped by the evil dragon god. He was completely suppressed by the enemy. In terms of true strength, Du Gushao was a cultivation genius who was half a step away from the immortal state. He could completely suppress a Shikigamis. However, his psyche power wasn't strong enough and he wasn't good at psyche power attacks. He was in a tight spot. Kong Teichu is doomed this time. As expected, he can only deal with 1 Shikigamis. Seeing this, Kamo Yunwen was very proud. He knew that he had made the right bet. With the 5 Shikigamis attacking together, Kong Teichu couldn't resist at all. Just as Jiang Tian was surrounded by enemies from both sides, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. A few demon souls and a few bastards want to hurt the younger generation of Huaxia's heroes. Dream on. Kamo Yunwen turned his head and saw a tall figure flying toward him. While in the air, the figure had already swung his sword at the mountain tiger god. When this sword slashed out, the sword light was like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. It was 10 meters long and directly sliced off the mountain tiger god's head. The mountain tiger god's huge body was sent flying dozens of meters away. His soul sea was destroyed, and his mental power was dispersed. What a powerful sword! This sword is made of pure psyche power. Jiang Tian was shocked when he saw this, and he turned around to look. He saw that extraordinary figure was like an unsheathed sword, and that figure stood proudly above a hall. This person looked old and unsophisticated. He had a white beard and white hair. His white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. However, his figure was very faint. He emitted a clear white light that rippled like water. He looked very holy. What's his background? Jiang Tian scanned with his psyche power. Immediately, a surge of psyche power blasted toward Jiang Tian. His body shook slightly and his head hurt. He was shocked. It's formed by psyche power. It's a powerful psyche avatar. And his psyche power is so strong. What's his background? This time, he had seen psyche avatars twice. The first time was the Battle Sacred Ape's psyche avatar on Mount Everest. The psyche power of a demonic immortal was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Tian, who was already in the mid-stage of qi refinement, could not withstand it. But this was not strange. After all, Qi Aosheng had already become a demonic immortal. The power of a demonic immortal was naturally terrifying. But now, this psyche avatar was so powerful. Jiang Tian had a thought. Could the original body of this psyche power have also reached the level of an immortal? No matter how strong Jiang Tian was, he was still a little afraid. He could not tell how powerful this person's original body was. What a powerful psyche power! Seeing this scene, the spirit servers were all frightened. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they all took a few steps back and stopped their attacks. To be able to kill the mountain tiger god, who was ranked second among the Shikigami, this person's power was definitely not to be underestimated. They all felt the terrifying psyche power, as if their psyche power was about to be destroyed. But now, Jiang Tian did not have time to think. He took out the soul-guiding flute from his waist and immediately blew the soulless lure to absorb the mountain tiger god's psyche power. Is this the immortal of Huaxia? Outside the door, Sasaki Haisha and the other Japanese overlords were terrified when they saw this figure. They couldn't help but step back. Brother Yi, why are you here? Jiang Tian's divine sense had already detected that Yi Zhantian was already leaping towards him like a giant bird. Jiang Tian's heart was filled with joy. He, brother, I am worried that you are alone. So I am here to help you. Yi Zhantian let out a long sigh. Brother Yi has summoned his father's psyche avatar. Jiang Tian saw that this person's features were similar to Yi Zhantian's, as if he was an old Yi Zhantian. This was indeed Yi Tianren's psyche avatar. Of course, even if Yi Tianren was at the peak of immortal state phenomenal success, his psyche avatar would not be able to travel thousands of miles across the sea to Japan. Yi Tianren must have made a Dharma artifact such as the Psyche Jade Charm for Yi Zhantian to wear. Most of the mental jade amulets were one-time use instruments. Yi Zhantian probably didn't have many of them either. Every time he used one, he would have one less. To him, it was a precious treasure. But this time, in order to help Jiang Tian, he used it without hesitation. This made Jiang Tian feel a little touched. Brother Yi, you used to have a military background. Your identity is sensitive. Did the government allow you to come here? Jiang Tian asked with a smile. There were many top nobles in Huaxia who wanted Jiang Tian dead. After all, he was too powerful and had severely weakened their authority. Jiang Tian could already feel the hostility of the White Emperor city. It could be said that whoever helped Jiang Tian would be the enemy of the Condor team and many other powerful officials. I am not going to hide for the sake of my country. So what if I am allowed to? Yi Zhantian's body was as straight as an unsheathed sword. His eyes shone brightly as he let out a hearty laugh. The Huaxiaolong formation is our duty to protect Huaxia and slay the evildoers. These Japanese bastards have caused trouble in Huaxia. They deserve to die. Today, you and I will join hands and sweep our swords across the heavens and earth. We will not return to our sheaths until we have slain all the Japanese experts. Chapter 425. Seeing this, Jiang Tian exclaimed in his mind. Huaxia is a country of etiquette and has never stirred up trouble in the world of international overlords. However, as a great country with thousands of years of history, how could there not be a few capable and responsible big shots in Huaxia? How could there not be a few proud people who could hold up the Great Wall of Steel? Be it Chao Shixiang in the military, Yi Tianren and his son in the martial arts world, or Tang Linglong and the rest of the younger generation of War Dragon, they were all unyielding and courageous people. Thinking back to when Heavenly Yi destroyed Zeus's divine punishment Sword of Thunder on the Qinchuan River, kicked away the origin of the East Ocean Sword Saint Palace, and suppressed the world's experts for decades. How domineering was that? However, due to the need to keep it a secret, these people kept a low profile and many of their actions against evil overlords were not known to the world. Yi Tianren. He's actually still alive, and he's even come to Japan. At this moment, some Japanese overlords who had read the historical record stared at the person on the top of the main hall with a strange light in their eyes. They were extremely shocked. No, this is not Yi Tianren himself, but an avatar of his divine soul. How could an avatar of his divine soul be so powerful? Kamo Yunwen's body trembled and his hands trembled. Yi Tianren. This was a name that had been glorious for more than a century. His name had been known since the end of the Qing dynasty in Huaxia. It was said that he was as powerful as Zeus of the Pantheon during the Republic of China. He was a true immortal state overlord. According to legend, he was born a poor child. His parents died early and he became a bandit in the White Mountains and Black Waters. He killed the rich to help the poor. Later, he obtained the ancient Tao Ching scroll and reached the peak of the transcendent state in a few years. A year later, he entered the immortal state. In the 30s of the last century, he joined the army and supported the anti-Japanese liberation movement in Huaxia. He founded the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade and defeated the Blue Cloth Society, the Hong sect, and the Nine-Story Tower. She had made great contributions to Huaxia. In the 90s, he made his last appearance. He transformed the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade into a long formation and handed it over to his son, Yi Zhantian, before disappearing. Some said that he had passed away, while others said that he had gone into hiding. But now, for some reason, his soul avatar had appeared out of thin air before his true body had appeared. But with just a divine soul doppelganger, could it be that he had already become a celestial being? Thinking of this, many Japanese overlords trembled and wanted to escape. Even the Shikigami panicked and took a few steps back, fully on guard. Fellow Taoist Jiang, this old man will lend you a hand in today's battle. Suddenly, the soul avatar turned to look at Jiang Tian, and a voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Tian's mind. Then, a series of information was transmitted to Jiang Tian's mind, which turned out to be the Sea of Soul, and the weak spots of the various Shikigami. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Jiang Tian bowed slightly, a hint of shock on his face. It turned out that these Shikigami had used a secret technique to shift the position of their Sea of Soul. Some of them were not even at the center of their forehead. No wonder Jiang Tian could not kill them in one strike. Don't mention it, fellow Taoist Jiang. You are the most talented cultivator this old man has seen in the past century. I hope you can conquer Japan soon. Zhantian, let's do it together. Yi Tianren said in a low voice. Jiang Tian, let's do it. My father's divine soul can only hold on for 15 minutes. Let's do it quickly. Yi Zhantian's fighting spirit rose like a tidal wave as he looked at Jiang Tian and said in a low voice. Do it. As soon as Jiang Tian's voice faded, a cold light flashed, and the sword on Yi Zhantian's back flew up by itself. Then, as Yi Zhantian waved his finger, the sword slashed horizontally. A 5-meter-long sword light crashed down like mercury, causing the void to collapse, bringing with it an ear-piercing sword whistle. The blade aura flashed across the sky, isolating the Sea Qin god, the soaring serpent god, and the evil dragon god. Only Karasutengu, who was closest to Jiang Tian, was left standing. "Count me in." Dugu Xiao also joined in the fray. With a roar, he charged toward the Sea Qin god, who was trying to break free from Yi Zhantian's blade aura. Swish! 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 Jiang Tian's glabella rippled as the blade of divine soul pierced toward Karasutengu's abdomen. "You know where my sea of soul is." Karasutengu was startled. He flapped his wings and shot up into the sky. Then, he dashed out of the shrine like a gust of wind. "Bastard! Don't even think about running." Yi Tianren's divine soul avatar struck out with a palm. It was like a giant wielding a giant axe, blotting out the sun. Roar! Karasutengu let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying. He landed 3 meters away from Jiang Tian's blade of divine soul. Yi Tianren's palm strike was impeccable in terms of strength, angle, speed, and accuracy. "Senior, you are truly a master." Jiang Tian adjusted his blade of divine soul slightly. A dazzling golden light flashed across the air and pierced through Karasutengu's sea of soul. Karasutengu instantly turned into wisps of soul energy. He could no longer condense and was sent flying in all directions. With the help of Yi Zhantian and Dugu Xiao, as well as the support of Yi Tianren, the situation of the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. Jiang Tian had the upper hand and was completely suppressing the opponent. The battle was very easy. "Don't stop them. Let them come." Jiang Tian shouted when he saw that Yi Zhantian and Dugu Xiao were having a hard time dealing with the 3 Shikigamis. "We are retreating. Bro, be careful." Yi Zhantian and Dugu Xiao leaped out and the 3 Shikigamis charged toward Jiang Tian. "Kong Te Chu. Die." Ting's serpent god's sinister eyes glowed with resentment. His 9 tails wrapped around 9 different kinds of Dharma artifacts and swung them toward Jiang Tian. "Go to hell. I will destroy your divine soul." Sea Qin leaped into the air and waved his Vajrapek wildly. Cold light flashed as he clawed at Jiang Tian. "I will entangle you until you explode." The evil dragon god roared and transformed into his true form. He was a 20-meter-long vile poisonous dragon. Black smoke filled the air and poisonous fog came out of his mouth. His body was as thick as a gasoline barrel. He dashed toward Jiang Tian. "Break! Break! Break!" Jiang Tian pushed his sword of divine will to the extreme and turned into rays of golden light. Wherever the light passed, the dimension was crushed. Wails and screams filled the air. It only took 3 minutes. Jiang Tian crushed the sea of soul of the remaining 3 Shikigamis as if he were cutting vegetables. The joint attack of the 6 Shikigamis collapsed in an instant. A deadly silence fell over the area. All the East Asian people were dumbfounded and speechless. Each of these Shikigamis was as powerful as an immortal state warrior or even an immortal state warrior. They were especially good at soul energy attacks and were almost immortal. Even an immortal state warrior would have a hard time dealing with them. However, Jiang Tian had killed them so easily. How can he be so powerful? Ishii Yurin's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't calm herself down for a long time. She had learned about the details of how Jiang Tian killed the new Shikigamis Ingo. She had heard that Jiang Tian and Ingo had fought for half an hour. In the end, Jiang Tian forced Ingo to use the kick from the sky and used a blood-devouring art to kill Ingo. And any one of these 6 Shikigami were several times stronger than Ingo. Their spiritual attacks were even more terrifying. If the 6 Shikigami joined hands, Jiang Tian would only be crushed alive. But who would have thought that Jiang Tian would be able to turn defeat into victory? Of course, Yi Zhantian, Du Gushao, and Yi Tianren's doppelganger had also assisted Jiang Tian in this battle. Only Yi Tianren's divine soul avatar had killed the mountain tiger god. The other 5 Shikigamis were all killed by Jiang Tian. Especially when Jiang Tian killed the Sea Chen god, the soaring serpent god and the evil dragon god. He had killed 1 Shikigamis with 1 slash and didn't use a second slash. Many East Asian overlords turned pale as if they had lost their parents. There were only 12 Shikigamis in the vast East Asia. They couldn't accept the fact that half of them had been killed. They stood there as if they had been struck by lightning. They looked at the mess in front of them in disbelief. These Shikigami were their faith, the totems of their people, and also the protectors of Japan. They were extremely powerful and their divine powers were heaven-defying. Now, they had all fallen. This could be said to be the worst loss in hundreds of years. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have won so easily. Jiang Tian's face was calm as he smiled and cupped his hands in thanks to Yi Tianren's soul avatar. Don't mention it, Brother Jiang. I helped you today because I hope that one day, the old man can have a good fight with Brother Jiang. I have waited 3 years for you. Is that enough? As soon as Heavenly Lord Yi said this, everyone present was shocked. Yi Zhantian's face changed color. He stepped forward and exclaimed, Father, please don't joke with me. I have made up my mind. Kong Te-chu, hurry up and absorb the soul energy. The old man will wait for you. Conquer East Asia and return safely. Yi Tianren's voice became hoarse and weak. It was like a music player that had run out of battery. This was a sign that the divine soul avatar was about to be extinguished. Jiang Tian's pupils constricted. Then, his aura rose. He bowed and said, It is my honor to spar with Senior Yi. Very good. Very good. 3 years later, on the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you and I will spar. The white shadow trembled for a moment before the soul avatar finally turned into specks of light, shattered, and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Tian was afraid that the soul energy of these Shikigamis would be completely destroyed. Without thinking, he blew the soul guiding flute again. Fortunately, the shrine had a nourishing and absorbing effect on soul energy. The soul energy didn't spread out of the shrine. In just a moment, Jiang Tian had absorbed the soul energy. Okay. If I can refine all the soul energy, my divine sense will be 10 times stronger than before. Jiang Tian caressed the god-devouring flute and nodded slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as a gratified expression appeared on his face. At this time, the soul-guiding bamboo that was made into the soul-guiding flute shone brightly. It became crystal clear like green jade. There was a surge of soul energy flowing in it like a river. Chapter 426. Sigh. Yi Zhantian heaved a long sigh and looked at Jiang Tian with a complicated expression. Brother, you have to believe me. My father has absolutely no prejudice against you. On the contrary, he is very positive and appreciative of you. He is only obsessed with martial arts. Of course. Jiang Tian patted him on the shoulder as a deep expression appeared on his face. He said with unprecedented seriousness, Senior Yi is a straightforward and upright person. He wants to use martial arts to prove his Tao and pursue the truth of the peak of martial arts. I understand. 3 years, that was a long time for Jiang Tian. Based on his cultivation speed, he could reach the foundation establishment stage by now. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would embark on the path to immortality. He would not be afraid even if Yi Tianren was a real immortal. Besides, in Jiang Tian's opinion, Yi Tianren was only at the middle stage of the immortal state. There was still a long way to go before he became a real immortal. Regarding this arranged battle, Jiang Tian was 100% confident that victory was within his grasp. However, Jiang Tian did not have the time to think about that. Kamo Yunwen, come with me. He reached out and grabbed Kamo Yunwen. Then, he turned into a blur and left Nozomiya Shrine to refine the soul energy in the demon-devouring flute. Nozomiya Shrine was destroyed. Sword Sage Ryutaro Momoi and the 6 Shikigami were killed. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Japanese cultivation world like a hurricane and lightning speed. Many Japanese overlords wailed, as if they had lost their parents, and their hearts were filled with pain. But compared to the heartache, there was more fear and uneasiness. How is that possible? That's the Yomiya Shrine we're talking about. It's a shrine that has 3 Shikigami overseeing it, the Tengu God, the Skybreak God, and the Ugly Ox God. All of them have hundreds of years of history and are incomparably powerful. That is the second most powerful shrine in Japan, second only to the Guardian Shrine. How could a mere Wuxia martial artist kill them all and destroy the Hirano Shrine? Some overlords could not believe it. They felt like they were in a dream. We saw it with our own eyes. And it's not just 3 Shikigami, but 6 Shikigami. There was also the 9-tailed flying serpent mountain tiger god and the evil dragon god from the Protector Shrine. They were all killed by Kong Taechu. In fact, there were many Japanese experts present at the scene. There were many eyewitnesses, and they immediately came out to describe the details. Even the 3 Shikigami of the Protector Shrine are dead. The Guardian Shrine. Many sages and generals were worshipped here, and the spirit-branded retainers were also the strongest. But he was actually killed. Many experts were shocked and they heard this. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Kong Taechu's strength was. The significance of the Protector Shrine is different. It's the spiritual symbol of Japan. Now that the shrine has no gods, it means that Japan has no gods. An old man from the military and political circles who had participated in World War II sighed. Tears streamed down his face as if his parents had died. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Not only that. Even the sword sage Ryutaro Momoi was killed by him. Another eyewitness revealed a shocking piece of news, which shocked a group of people. Momoi Ryutaro, the president of the Sakura Society and the sect master of the Jingshin Wise sect, was very powerful. He had defeated Wang Chongyan with his sword, and people like Nagaki Miyamoto and Sasaki Kaisha were far inferior to him. They could only be regarded as his disciples and juniors. Moreover, he had been conferred the title of Sword Sage by the Emperor of Japan. His status was extremely high, just like Yi Zhantian in the Huaxiaolong formation. He was qualified to talk to the Emperor of Japan, and even the Prime Minister of Japan had to treat him with respect. But today, he was killed by Kong Taechu with a single slash. In that instant, many people were stupefied, shocked, unable to snap back to reality, waves of cold air rising from the bottom of their hearts. Even the sword sage was no match for him. What is Jiang Taichu's cultivation level? An expert asked with a solemn expression, as if he was facing a great enemy. Lord Momoi used all his strength and used the 10,000 swords in one. But still, he couldn't hurt him at all. He killed the sword sage with just a finger. Sasaki Kaisha's cold face was now covered with a layer of frost. Her face was solemn, and she was shocked and angry. Even when she recalled the situation at that time, she still felt a chill in her heart and her hair stood on end. She felt that her strength was far inferior to Kong Taechu's. Even the sword sage was no match for him, and the 6 Shikigami were all dead. Who else can stop Kong Te-chu? Many people cried out in grief, feeling defeated and uneasy in their hearts. They were filled with all kinds of torment and anxiety, scratching at their hearts and livers. Japan had suffered heavy losses this time. Half of the 12 shikigami of the 2 shrines were dead. The president of the Sakura Society, Momoi Sword Sage, was dead, Lord Aoki was killed, and the Grand Divine Priest and Grand Onmyoji Kamo Yunwen was captured. In addition to the overlords who had died before, half of the elites of the Japanese cultivation world were dead or injured. This could be said to be the biggest setback for the Japanese cultivation world in the past 100 years. The losses were too heavy for them to bear. However, they didn't know how to deal with an overlord like Kong Te-chu. They were simply at their wits' end. Heavy losses. This is a national disaster. An old soldier who had experienced World War II sighed with a heavy tone. Many old people felt the same way. They felt as if the United States had dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. I'm afraid that only the old sword god can suppress Kong Te-chu now, Sasaki Kaisha said. For a moment, many overlords kneeling on the tatame looked at Honshu, Tokyo, and the inconspicuous izakaya under Mount Fuji. Yeah, Mr. Miyamoto Shinsan has already gone to invite him. I wonder if he's willing to come out of seclusion. An overlord murmured. The sword god. That was an existence that far surpassed the sword sage. The sword sage would be conferred the title every 10 years. During the heyday of Japanese swordsmanship, there were even 10 sword sages. However, there was only one sword god in history. They couldn't coexist, and sometimes, there would be no sword god. He had to be a sword sage conferred by the Prime Minister of Japan and the Emperor of Japan. He had to innovate and expand his swordsmanship, and he had to defeat Japan within 50 years before he would be conferred the title. His position was supreme, and there was only one person in the entire country. In terms of swordsmanship cultivation, Momoi Ryutaro and Miyamoto Genichi were too far apart. It was said that many years ago, Momoi Ryutaro had challenged Miyamoto Genichi under the witness of several swordsmanship masters. However, Miyamoto Genichi had defeated Momoi Ryutaro with just one strike. He swore that he would never accept the title of sword god before Miyamoto Genichi passed away to show his highest respect for Miyamoto Genichi. I'll invite him personally. Sasaki Kaisha stood up with a solemn expression. Yi Tianren's divine soul clone has appeared. This time, it's really a matter of life and death for the Japanese martial arts world. Kong Te-chu didn't die. He even destroyed Nomiya Shrine. I didn't expect that bastard to be so powerful. In the study, after Beidasheng received a secret letter from Japan, his face turned ugly, and his thin lips twitched a few times. It seems that this Kong Te-chu is a real immortal state cultivator. My dear grandson, are you feeling very pressured? Suddenly, an old voice sounded out of nowhere, and an old figure appeared like a ghost. This old woman was so old that she didn't even look like a human being. Her hair was sparse, and the top of her head was bald, revealing her scalp full of scars. Her cheeks were dry and sunken, and all her teeth had fallen out. She was bent over, leaning on a dragon-headed walking stick, and panting weakly. What was even more frightening was that her face was covered in knife scars. Coupled with her gloomy eyes and cryptic temperament like a venomous snake, she was like an old witch that had crawled out of the yellow springs of the 9 hells. Ancestor, what should I do? You have to help me. A trace of panic flashed across Beidasheng's face. He got up and approached the old woman, pulling her sleeve and asking coquettishly. Don't be afraid. My great-great-grandson is the best person in the world. No one can stop you. Don't worry, the long formation will be yours. Hongmeng will also be under your control. By then, thousands of sects will have to listen to your orders. the old woman said with a benevolent smile. Her laughter was unpleasant to the ears, like the screeching of an owl or the scraping of glass on the bottom of a pot. But, according to the news, Yi Zhantian is helping him. He even has Yi Tianren's divine soul avatar. Beidasheng frowned and said, doesn't this mean that even the Long Formation and Hongmeng are friendly to Kong Teichu? So what if the Long Formation and Hongmeng are? They are just a bunch of old farts from the semi-hidden sect's playing house. The old woman cackled and said, and we have the Divine Lord behind us. Yi Tianren's aura is that of the Kunlun sect, but even if the sect leader of the Kunlun sect met the Divine Lord, he would still be defeated. The Divine Lord is indeed powerful, but he hasn't shown up for a long time. Beidasheng heaved a sigh and said gloomily. The problem is that my cultivation is not as powerful as Kong Teichu. I am only at the peak of the transcendent state. Even if I become the Divine Lord, no one will be convinced. What are you afraid of? The old woman smiled and comforted him. The Gu God sect has found you 2 more cauldrons. If you can absorb them, you will definitely reach the immortal state. It only took you a year to reach the peak of the transcendent state from 0. More cauldrons? 2 at once. Bai Dicheng had a look of wild elation as he said with a laugh, this is great. Jiang Taichu definitely isn't my match anymore. The news of Jiang Taichu killing the Japanese sword saint, Momoi Rutaru, and destroying the Nomiya shrine quickly spread to Wuxia and caused a huge commotion. In the depths of Wuxia's chaotic internet, a little-known forum was in the middle of a heated discussion. There was the dark net in the dark world, but some Chinese martial artists were registered users of the dark net. The martial artist forum was similar to the dark net. At the same time, the hottest topic was the battle between Kong Teichu and Momoi Ryutaro. One post after another occupied the entire screen. Who said that Kong Teichu had died on the Great Dongyao? Show yourself, I promise I won't kill you. Someone posted angrily. A few days ago, someone posted on the forum that Jiang Taichu was the culprit behind the Great Mountain Worship incident on the Jiaoyu Islands, which attracted the attention of the entire international community. Jiang Taichu was handed over to Japan to be executed on the spot. For a moment, many martial artists sighed as they couldn't accept the news. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.